Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the season here at NECC. It's the Nationals, and we've got 4 grand finals to bring you. Nothing but grand finals all stream long. I mean, that's not something you get to say very often as a caster. And well, let me introduce myself. My name's Tofu Elliott, and I am joined by the wonderful Months. But this is your first time on NECC, and you've just got a banquet of grand finals.
It is my first time, and look, I hope it's not going to be the only time, but whatever happens, I know it's going to be a great time because, as you mentioned, 4 grand finals, a national championship. It's going to be shenanigans. It's going to be fun. I know we're going to get excited. Chad, I hope you're going to get excited as well. I'm looking at you right now, and you better be excited.
Let's take a look at the schedule and just show you on the screen. I mean, look at how good this looks. Oh my word, that schedule is looking very, very spicy indeed. So we've got a game probably on, every hour or so, but we're going to give them the time to breathe. Maybe they will go to game 7 and it takes us all night. Who knows? It's kicking off in just a couple of minutes. We've got New England College heading up against Southwestern Michigan College. That, of course, is the grand final for the Navigators division. After that, we're going to have Dalhousie Black going head-to-head against the LLCC Loggers. Loggers Poggers, we had them last night. It was fantastic, and I can't wait to see them again. That is the Emergent division, their grand finals coming up right after that. We've got the Challenger division with ECU Gold going head-to-head with UAH White. And then finally, we will finish off with the champions, the NECC Nationals Grand Finals. Columbia Navy versus Northwood Blue. My goodness. Months. I mean, how often do you get to cast 4 grand finals in a day?
I think, look, I've done a lot of broadcasts, Elliot. But this might be the first time I've managed 4 grand finals in a day. I think my record's 2.5. Don't ask. Don't ask about it.
All right, we're not going to ask. We're just going to look at the bracket. We're gonna not ask questions, and we're going to look at the bracket. This, of course, is the bracket for the Navigator division. How it shaped up. I mean, yesterday we got a couple of these games. We saw on stream GFU Academy take down Finlandia Lions. And we saw Morningside JV get swept out of the semifinals by New England College. So we've got a good idea of what New England College are capable of. But I personally haven't seen SMC play yet. That one was after I left. We, of course, the viewers saw that one on stream. And, 4-1 versus a 4-0 coming into this grand final, Months. I mean, it may be pretty closely matched here.
Yeah, when you've got 2 teams that have come in with that kind of dominance over their opposition, it's so hard to judge how they're going to match up against one another. If you see tight series with kind of even competition, you go, okay, this team beat that team, this team made it close with this team, but it's just been stomping for these teams. Like, they've just run rampant through the bracket, and honestly, it's going to be fireworks, but I can't predict which ones are going to go off when, so who knows? Whichever team's peaking on the day today has a chance of taking it.
Let's take a look at the lineups for these 2 teams coming into the grand finals, the first of many tonight. We've got New England College, Mr. Nick, me like Grice too, who we had such a funny interview with last night, absolute legend, and Fishy. That's honestly, this is a spicy lineup. All 3 of these players doing work. Me like Rice. I mean, he was chatting to us. He was saying, like, I did nothing. My team just carried me. Mr. Nick, always ready. And Fishy was just banging in goal after goal. So they're definitely a spicy roster. But let's bring up Southwestern Michigan, Months, because I actually haven't seen these players yet.
And look, French Fry, Short B, and Sailor, some of my favorite names in the competition. Don't ask me why. I just love the name Short B. I don't want to explore it too much, if I'm completely honest.
Don't ask.
Don't ask about this. Don't ask about the half a grand final I've cast. Look, it's going to be fun either way. And all these players, they're hungry for it right now. And I'm not just saying that because I've read the name French Fry.
All the me likes Rice. let's get into it, right? Let's do it. Let's do this. The first grand final of 4 of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's the NECC Navigators Division grand final matchup between New England College Southwestern, Michigan College, Roadrunners, love that name, both topped their groups coming out of this. So, look, anything can happen here. We saw 2 group toppers. One of them got swept in the semi-finals. So, who knows how close this is going to be, but I'm excited.
And these players are excited to get things going as well. A weird little pinch that hits the ceiling, drops down in front of the New England goal, but quick counterattack. Mr. Nick dropping it down, won't find an angle. No teammate can find it either. He will get the boost steal and sneak on out with that boost in the tank, and it's going to allow his team to put the pressure on. Some shenanigans on the goal line early on, and that ball's going to go into an open net. Mr. Nick putting in some work and rewarded for it early on.
Me like Rice, looking for that disruption across the goal line, and Mr. Nick is where he needs to be. There's not much more to it than that. Open net, puts it back. 40 seconds into game 1. New England off to a confident start.
I mean, they looked great. That was all pressure from the get-go. They had a little moment of, not even distress, maybe just slight discomfort in front of their own net, and they're going to have another moment here. Actually, a bump comes in, but it's going to be dealt with. Fishy gets it clear, but once that little moment of discomfort had gone by, they just transitioned down the other end, set up shop, and didn't go anywhere, just pressurizing the opposition until they managed a goal. And look, it's pretty much a complete role reversal here. Sailor, in the end, getting a goal now for Southwestern Michigan. And like I said, complete switch of the script. They've come down, they've put the pressure on, and SMC walk away with a goal of their own. We're all level, Elliot. This has turned into a banger, and we're only a minute and a bit in.
And Shortbeat stepping up to the plate, but he just buzzes on by there. No boost, no shot on target. No lead for Roadrunners just yet, but already we are off to an incredibly competitive start. Fantastic seeding here. We truly have ended up with competitors in the grand final of the Navigators division. And now let's see what they can do. Me like Rice getting a fake in the box there. Sailor turning around in his own corner, but he's a little bit awkward. Lucky not to be punished. New England coming forward with some purpose. Me like Rice with no boost is going to have to back out and leave it to Fishy. Nice little pop up into the midfield, but cleared straight down Route 1. And 2 minutes in. This is end-to-end stuff, and you never know who's about to score.
It's not, look, I thought New England were in the ascendancy early on, just after the way they set up, and oh goodness, some individual brilliance here to kind of back up that assumption, but SMC have fought tooth and nail throughout, and they're showing that they're here to play as well. They're not just a victim. Well, they maybe were just a victim to circumstance, and narrowly avoiding being victimized here late on in the first half of this game number 1, but both these teams having chances, both these teams having a solid bit of possession down the other end, and neither one really latching on and saying, we're the team that's going to set the pace, we're the team that's going to take control of this game. But as I'm saying that, it does look like New England are getting the majority of the chances, or at least the majority of the big scoreable chances. They're yet to score a second, though they might have a chance here, but it's a one to save, a one to clear, and SMC escape with it.
My word, these guys are just bearing down with their teeth out on these Roadrunners as they cower in defense right now, but they're not getting anything over the line. They're not taking chunks out of this Roadrunners defense just yet. Still all square, and New England need to be careful not to get caught on the counter-attack just like this. Short B coming down upon you when you're in defense is not a sight you want to see. That man played Club Penguin before it was cool. That's his fun fact. And I love it. I don't have anything else to say about that.
Was Club Penguin ever cool, though?
It definitely was where I lived.
All right, fair enough. Look, we don't have to dive too deeply into that.
Don't ask.
Sailor, he's going to look. No, I thought he was going to look for a flip reset to continue that, but the straight air dribble doing enough to get over one defender. Big play on halfway here. Short B looking to wrap it around the corner. No boost in the tank. He's going to look for a bump or two. Doesn't find not even one. So Fishy's going to carry this out. Big 50 in midfield. It does bounce high. Infield. No one able to take control on behalf of New England, which means Short B's going to continue the attack. The second man in absolutely bumped off it. Not able to get on the end. And New England are going to lock down their defense, even though there's been a period of pressure here for SMC. New England comfortable pushing that ball to the corner. No opportunity gained for SMC, and here come New England down the other end with a shot even towards the crossbar, but it is saved away by Sailor.
Fishy going fishing now, wasn't he? Just sending his line up in front of net and hoping to bait someone, but no luck yet for New England. Neither one of these teams able to break the deadlock, and we might be heading into overtime in game one of the night here. What an exciting time to be an NECC fan, or to be a fan of either one of these teams, but that's a huge misplay on defense. New England getting away with it just 10 seconds before the end of game one, and maybe able to transition into offense. Mr. Nick into the corner, sets himself over the post, and it is! It's in the back of the net! Me like Rice with the 0-second winner. I didn't think they'd have time. I thought it was already down, but they take game one without OT.
It's a bounce shot with the bounce at the last possible moment to just steer it over the line. My goodness, what a way to take game one. And New England, I mean, they started with a bang, they finished with one as well, and now they're right in the driver's seat in this series.
Oh my goodness, if that was any sort of indication of how the rest of this series is going to play out, then I am extremely excited. What a performance from both sides. Neither team, to be honest, at least as far as I can tell, looking too nervous. Last night, we saw a lot of nerves, right? We're right at the end of the season now. I don't know if I mentioned this tonight or not. I definitely did last night, but 175 teams started the season in NECC, and we are down to just 8 tonight. Just 2 left in each division, but cool as a cucumber. Very, very professional here. And this is our lowest skill tier, so like, what a night we've got in store.
It's going to be a fun time, Elliot, I gotta say. And look, looking into the scoreboard and whatnot, I know it's gone off the screen, but look, New England spreading the love around. 2 players with 2 goals, and then, you know, points galore for everyone. On the other side, SMC struggling a little bit as a team, but Sailor stepping up with the 1 goal, the 3 saves. Everyone else on that team, goose eggs. 0-0-0 in the stat line, except for a lone shot by French Fry. So, I mean, look, if you're talking about keys to the game, if you're talking about ways back in for the SMC Roadrunners, it's spread it around. Get the entire team involved. Sailor's not going to be able to win this on their own. They've got to play a team game, right? At some point, look, you can have a carry. That's all good and fine. But at some point, you need the other 2 players involved. Whether or not that means they need to step up or Sailor needs to step back, my advice, get all 3 players involved. You're going to have a better time.
Well, no goals yet in game 2. This first grand final of the evening. These teams just horns locked right now, and they're nearly an opening, but it's just quickly, as you could say, New England nearly score. Roadrunners nearly score right back, but neither team quite able to do it. Mr. Nick getting something forward here. Me like Rice not able to make it work. Sailor with a good turn in midfield. Doesn't have the boost to get on the end of it. Teammate might know, but back into midfield. Mr. Nick holds it. Me like Rice tries to send it straight into the exposed Roadrunners net. It is just an absolute battle right now. This is all-out warfare on the field. And I genuinely just can't get a good feel for which one of these teams is starting to pull ahead. It feels like every time I think New England is pushing into a more aggressive position and a more dominant position, Roadrunners just get right back into it, and there's still no goals and nothing to separate these 2 sides.
This is going to be awkward, though, for Mr. Nick to deal with the bump bearing down, but he turns and gets the clear away. Me like Rice now. Looking to play it around the corner. Mr. Nick maybe gets a little bit in the way. I'm not really sure. Some communication I wasn't aware of. But either way, New England, the ones pushing forward. Mr. Nick going up after it onto the crossbar. Fishy playing it high. Sailor, so far the carry for SMC. Carrying that ball away, albeit briefly. Needs some help from French Fry. And like I said, I think that's the key. Some help from the team right now. Me like Rice got the chance to just play that where he wants. Fishy there to shut it down. French Fry, though, looking to transition. The physical plays looking to come out for SMC, but they're not to be just yet. No contact made. But now Shortby turning on it, leaving it for Sailor. He's going to line up a juicy angle from the double tap to play it down to a teammate. Mr. Nick cuts it out, and New England escape with it and play that ball down the other end. And, oh, goodness, some awkwardness there from SMC.
just a little bit uncomfortable, isn't it, at that near post? And I thought they might be punished for it. New England were lining up ready for it, but they haven't been. And they're able to clear it out of their own half as well. Milak Rice, inadvertently with the best center he's ever managed, just not to a teammate. Oh my word, forcing a fantastic save out of one of his defenders there. New England getting let off the hook a bit, and the cracks starting to show now. There's been so much pressure on both of these sides for so long. We are starting to see the mistakes slip in here and there. But with just over a minute left, it's now a question of who is going to be punished first.
Seen another air dribble forward by Sailor, but he's absolutely shut down. And Mr. Nick with a rocket from his own half, if I'm not mistaken. It was indeed deep in his own half. Puts that top shelf. No getting back to that. 96 kilometers an hour, just casually. Just bang.
And it's still going that quickly as well by the time it reaches the goal from his own half. Mr. Nick, always ready. Ready to take the lead?
Oh.
Question mark? Oh my god, but he's back. He was ready for it. Don't worry about it. Just under a minute left in game number 2. New England up by 1. They definitely prefer to be up by 2.
And it does still feel like Sailor is the only offensive threat for SMC right now. And there's only so much boost. There's only so many resources and so much momentum that Sailor can harness in his favor before it runs out, right? He can't beat. Well, maybe sometimes he can beat all 3 players on his own, and he's doing a good job of it right now. But Mr. Nick, one-time goal scorer, this time goal savior, denying Sailor there. But what I'm trying to say is Sailor can't beat all 3. It's not sustainable offense to rely on one player at this kind of level, so he's got to get teammates involved. Whether or not he's creating chaos on the offensive end with a solo play, he needs someone to follow up. And right now he's needing someone to make a save for him as he cannons off the post. That ball gonna hit the ground, and New England are gonna take game number 2.
New England, I tell you what, they've got to be very happy to be up by 2 games in this series right now, because they were 2 of the closest games I have seen ever in NECC. So 1 goal scorelines both times, just a single goal in the second game, a 0-second winner in game 1. Like, oh my goodness, this is just the finest of margins right now, which, look, that means 2 things. It means this could even be a sweep, right? We can see 2 more 1-goal games and it could go to New England in 4, but it's a coin toss right now. Roadrunners could be back into this as quickly as they've gone down, and ideally for them, it needs to be now. You really, really don't want to be series point, championship point down in the grand finals. That is, without a game, rough. And that's about the worst way Roadrunners could have started.
Yeah, an early goal when you're already down in the series. That's a great goal by Fishy, though. Beating the first defender and the shot, beating the second. But look, we've cast together a fair few times, right, Elliot? You've heard me say this before. These close games, even when you see a team take 2 games in a row, maybe even 3, when they're this close, you know that the losing team to this point can turn it around. It doesn't take a huge jump of imagination to see a 50-50 going a different way. Maybe Sailor just having 10 more boost when he takes off for that solo play. The finest of margins mean that it's not out of the realms of possibility to see things like reverse sweeps happen, to see seemingly wondrous comebacks happen, because the margins up to that point are so tight. The adaptation needed is so slight to see a team like SMC come back into the ascendancy and go on a run of their own.
Roadrunners down by 1, but they've still got 4 minutes left here in game 3. The fact that they haven't scored since that second goal in the first game going to be weighing heavy on their minds right now. And I tell you what, if they watched any of New England's games, then they're going to know that Fishy finding his first goal of the series here is not great for them either. If he's putting on his shooting boots, then this could get ugly fast. But as you say, minimal adaptation required right now. It's so close already. Just locking in that 1 extra cog could be the difference between winning and losing the entire divisional championship grand final right now. Roadrunners need to find something, and they need to find it quickly, because honestly, you can sort of feel their confidence being sapped by not being able to get any reward for their efforts.
Oh, Sailor looking for something here. French fry can't turn it in. The pass across net, just slightly too rapid. Mr. Nick now, though. Wrapping it around the corner. Sailor gets it away. He seems to be everywhere right now. And right now he's got a full boost, or a full tanker boost, rather. Doesn't connect on the flick. And Me Like Rice plays that one. Although, somewhat suspectly, I'm not sure what that flick was. I'm sure it was some kind of advanced next level mind game. But either way, doesn't quite come off right there. And it's going to be up to Mr. Nick to beat the two SMC players to that ball. But they get a little bit tangled up themselves. Right now, Sailor looking to clear it out. No, French Fry calls him off. It's a good clear away as well. Me Like Rice, wrapping it around, up to the ceiling and down. Wide of the net, though. Sailor playing it away. Fishy looking to get that infield. Mr. Nick with the big 50. Doesn't look like to be SMC doing a good job now of playing those corner balls out, keeping the ball away from the shooting position, stopping the angles coming in, and denying any kind of power or accuracy on the shots that do make their way through.
If they can keep absorbing pressure like that, then that's definitely going to help them out. New England, great at ramping up the aggression, but they've got to be careful because this is exactly what they were trying to bait out from New England, and they've accidentally been pulled into it themselves. Drawn too far up into midfield, and a single demo just makes it too much of a journey for French Fry to get back. And for the first time all series long, we now have a 2-goal margin.
And look, I'm not even sure that defender would have made it back. Demo regardless, right? French Fry left alone, but the second defender in just seemed to be pushed up a little more. You get it, right? It's the second half. You don't want to go down 3 games to 0, but there's still time. You'd been looking good on defense. It had been locked down. It had been a while since New England had looked dangerous. Can't be overcommitting that early in the game. But it's understandable. They're pushing forward. They're looking for goals, and that in itself is admirable. They nearly find the top corner here. Do SMC. Mr. Nick's going to read the rebound. Can't get back to it with 0 boost, but teammates there to make sure of it. Right now, SMC just cannot buy a shot on target, let alone a goal.
Just over a minute left here in an absolutely critical game here. This is a very unfortunate crossroads at which Roadrunners find themselves right now. 2-0 down, and the decision in front of them is, do we go all out? We have to score goals, but at the same time, we concede again. That is game over right now with 45 seconds left on the clock. So let's see what they can do as they adapt. They are pressing forward, and I think it's good. They're starting to create cracks in the New England defense, and Fishy pulling himself a tiny bit out of position here. Sailor with a pass up, and he's got just enough boost in the tank. French Fry can't sneak it past the defender, and this is going to be a lot of time eating off the clock, Munts. 2-0. It looks like this is going New England's way.
Does indeed. Me Like Rice doing enough to set up Mr. Nick for the clearance and a double tap attempt. Even better, but not able to convert, but with that touch there from Me Like Rice, has secured, and that one's going to make it even more lockdown. Security in spades here for New England College, and they're going to secure game number 3 here and set themselves up with a casual 4 match points for the championship.
Unreal. And I tell you what, look, me like Rice in the interview last night said that he just got absolutely carried by his teammates. He didn't do anything in that semi-final matchup, but he cannot make that claim tonight. Popping off right now, getting 2 of the 3 goals there in the 3rd game of the series, and putting New England championship point up, heading into game 4. I mean, sweeping the grand finals of the championship is just another level.
I mean, forget ice in the veins. My guy's got rice in his veins.
That's it. Go to break.
I don't think we can go to break yet, Elliot. Unfortunately.
Sorry, call it that. The night's
I've
cancelled.
made myself uncomfortable.
The night's cancelled.
I'd like to apologize to everyone that's ever written vouch on my tweets. My mother, my partner, and all of you watching. But look, forget all of the apologies. We're here. We can forget about the casters. It's all about the plays right now, and it is all about NEC. And you know what? Actually, I'm gonna amend that. It's all about Southwestern Michigan, because if they can pull this back, then they will pull off a comeback of the century. New England College, like they're the ones with all the pressure right now. I feel like SMC can just play free at this point.
Right, that's like sort of the silver lining of being series point down, in my experience, is that is the time at which you can just say, what is the worst that can happen now, right? Like, we play the same and we lose anyway, right? Let's just have fun with it. Let's just go. Let's do what we want to do. Forget the pressure right now. In a way, you can almost say, like, it's already lost, right? Let's just go and enjoy ourselves.
Absolutely.
And that is where sometimes the most beautiful moments, the best team play, the most confidence comes from. I'm going to stop.
Yeah. Look, it's a confident finish. Unfortunately, it's not in favor of SMC. It goes the other way. So the comeback trail, look. The comeback trail, if it's going to happen, it's going to be even more glorious. It's going to be even more exciting, even more unlikely. But for now, New England looking comfortable, sat firmly in the driver's seat. No. And they're settling in real nice with the second goal. Mr. Nick just playing it to himself for an absolute slam bam. Thank you, ma'am. I'll take that second goal.
Oh, and the keeper gets a touch to it as well, and it can't take any power off of it. It still hits the back of the net at 117 kph. Like, that is absolutely insane. How hard has Mr. Nick hit that ball? Oh, goodness me. This is... Oh, look, I'm a double down. This is even more the point I said earlier, right? Like, you really have just lost now. There's no reason not to go for it. Let's see, Roadrunners. What can you do, right? What have you got to lose? Nothing. And if you get something out of it, maybe you can talk about that Cinderella story, the time when you reverse swept from 2-0 down in Game 4 to win the championship. It's going to be a rough road back, though.
All right, this is the strat. This is the strat. Sailor goes for air dribbles. The other two, demos. Just do the virtuoso rotation. Channel your inner Woody. Take that corner boost. Dive across net. Demo the defenders and let Sailor go to work. That's the only hope at this point.
Yeah, genuinely, that's such a good strat. Just let Sailor be your glass cannon, and then the other guys just go block. That's it, Shortby. He's listening. He's got the idea. The demo's not the most. He's chasing them hard, but this is what we need, right? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Go after them. Get some demos, and just leave the goal open for Sailor to put something in the back of the net, because you gotta find a goal. They haven't scored since Game 1 months, and that is, I mean, as soon as they can get one, they can get more. But until they get one, this is...
That's a rough one. Yep. Short B just getting a little bit distracted. Just slightly too much pollen, I think. Looking for that. That's rough. That's rough. 2 minutes remaining, though, Elliot. There's plenty of time left. Plenty of time left. Look, and this is North America now. I need to start mixing in the North American sports references. I do think the double demo play, the Sailor, like, leave the net open, just go for the power play, right? Like, you can't just pull the goalie. Let's just go all in on offense. Just see what happens. I don't know. It's rough out here right now for SMC. They're really scraping the bottom of the barrel for ideas, because right now New England just taking everything that's thrown at them, and they are looking like the champions. And I don't know if they can be denied at this point. They're pulling out the wonder saves, Elliot. It's so frustrating for SMC.
I'm feeling the frustration just bleeding through the screen right now. Oh no, not demos on their defense as well. Come on, guys. This is evil at this point from New England College, who have stepped up. They are just absolutely menacing right now, threatening to take the divisional grand finals. Only conceding a single goal is just... I don't have words for it. That is unheard of.
Goodness. And look, when you look at a dominant bracket and it's ending in what looks to be a dominant grand final for the winners as well, like, you've got to feel good about that, right? Like, New England, they look like the best team in the competition, and they're proving it to be. They're undisputed at this point, and there's nothing SMC can do about it. New England running rampant, running away with it, and they are about to hoist the trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are aware of some technical issues with the visual on stream, and as frustrating as that is in what is definitely the final series or final game of this series of the grand final of Navigators Division, I can at least say that you definitely haven't missed anything. No goals were scored, no result was changed, there was no turnaround, and New England College concede just a solitary goal in the grand final of the Navigator Division. They're the champions, and they're walking away with $750 US.
Goodness gracious me. I mean, you said that no one missed anything. There was a double flip reset. Oh
yeah, that's nothing, right?
Yeah, fishy double flip reset, ceiling catch into the musty. But other than that, no one missed anything there in the shenanigans. But I mean, shenanigans it was. We knew we'd start off with a bang, and I gotta say, it felt like up to that last game, the closest sweep, right? Or at least, okay, to the 3-0 point, it felt like the closest 3-0 I've maybe witnessed, where it could have gone either way. And we said that, right? The adaptation was just so slight. The thing was that New England, they were making adaptations of their own, and their adaptations just took them far and away the better side, and they closed this one out definitively. There was no coming back. There was not even a sniff of a comeback there in game number 4.
They nearly
I'm so impressed.
Swept. They nearly perfect swept
Unreal.
the grand final. Like, I saw these guys in the semis yesterday, and I was like, they must just be playing a bad team. Like, there's no way they're just like, they are just that good. All right, they're just that good. They conceded 1 goal in the grand final. What do you want me to say? Let's find out after just a quick break to get him in here what Me Likes Rice has to say for himself tonight. We're gonna have an interview right up after the break. Oh, I've just been informed by my producer in my ear that actually we're going to be talking to Fishy, as I believe this is his last game. Presumably, the context of that message is ever, right? Like, for the college, presumably he's graduating this summer. And yeah, wow. So Fishy graduating this summer, ending it on a high. Let's see how he feels right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and joining us in the booth, it's Fishy, champion of the NECC Navigator Division. Congratulations, my friend. And honestly, I just have to ask, right? You're graduating this
Yeah.
summer, and this was your last ever game for New England College. I mean, I don't even know what my question is. I'm just like astounded. Is there any better way to like to go out than that?
No, I think that's one of the best things that could happen. For this being the last match that I was going to play with New England for us to win the finals. But first and foremost, of course, shout out to SMC. They definitely didn't make it easy for us either. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you say it, they didn't make it easy for you. It was almost a perfect sweep, and I do want to dive in about how you guys did kind of look so comfortable. You let slip in the green room just earlier that you may have watched a little bit of tape on these guys. How did that help you in the series? What was it significant in the series, or were you guys just the better team?
Um, I personally, I think that film that we watched on them playing against GFU yesterday, it was really helpful because we didn't know what these guys played like. We had never played them in the playoffs, regular season, so we had no clue. What if these guys were out here hitting flip resets or something? So we watched some of the film and saw that we saw they were very demo heavy team. So we were going to try to take advantage of that, try to get them to bait them to demo us, and just get them out of position, score some free goals, and we did it a few times.
I mean, so like yesterday, obviously, we spoke to your teammate Milai Rice, and he said to us, I did nothing, right? My teammates, Mr. Nick and Fishy, they just carried me through that semi-final. And then today, you came out here, you conceded one goal in the grand final, and I feel like it was a much more rounded effort. Did it feel different to your game yesterday? Or is this sort of just like par for the course that you all step up differently at different times?
I think that we all do step up at different times because yesterday that match we had with Morningside was just completely different. I think I had like 11 goals in that series. This one I might have scored like two or three. I don't even remember, but I was just pretty much playing very very defensively here, and I trust both Nick and Josh to get the goals, so I don't have to.
I mean, you scored some pretty nice goals yourself in this one. Like, it's not all about the numbers sometimes. Sometimes it's about the impact. But talking about these like individual moments, was there a moment this season or maybe in your entire Rocket League collegiate career that is your favorite moment ever? You're closing it out. You're shutting the book on it. Is there a moment that stands out? You can just say this grand final, winning the championship here and now today. That's absolutely fine. But is there anything in particular that really stands out above the rest?
For sure. I mean, winning here today was great, but last season when we played in the playoffs versus Marywood, we were down 3-1, and we came back and won that finals. And that right there, that was amazing. Like we couldn't believe it.
It's honestly, that's so like it almost feels like funny, right? That like a grand final where you almost perfect sweep, it's not quite got that same buzz to it as that underdog story of coming back from behind. But look, honestly, massive congratulations. What a way to go out. Are there any final shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, of course. Shout out to everyone at NEC Sports in the Discord for all the support. I know my cousin's watching for sure, so shout out to Mario. Shout out to all the boys, all my girls.
Big shout out to Mario.
Shout out to Cherry. I know Cherry's watching too.
Let's go, Cherry.
And just
fantastic stuff. Fishy, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again, Navigator Division Grand Champion.
Yep, thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Fishy from New England College, our first champions of the evening, topping that Navigator Division. And in some style, man.
My goodness. I mean, we talked about it. This might be the first time I've cast 4 grand finals, and that might be the first time I've seen such a one-sided grand final as well. They absolutely popped off. And we saw
but it felt so close, like weirdly, right? Like
definitely from the start. I was just about to say that they looked, while it didn't look too uncomfortable, I think I mentioned they looked discomforted at one point. It never really felt like SMC had any control or any efficacy in the series. It did feel like it was NEC's series to lose, or at least it would have been a comeback story from the get-go. It definitely felt like they had gears to them, and I mean, in the end, they did. Right, we saw adaptations made, and then they just stepped it up. They dropped that gear back, and they hit the nitrous, and off they went. Absolutely dominant in game number 4 at least. But I mean, you look at that series score; it's a 4-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, a clean sweep, nearly a perfect sweep in our first grand final matchup of the evening. Look, you can't spell NECC without NEC. That's all I'm saying. Just that this was written and in the books before we started. But we're going to take another quick break. And when we get back, we'll have our second matchup of the evening, the Emergent Division Grand Finals. And that's going to be between Dalhousie Black and Lincoln Land Loggers. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC Nationals. Nothing but grand finals for you tonight. One already done and dusted. New England College taking victory in 4 games, a clean sweep over Southwestern Michigan College. A bad night for the Roadrunners, but a fantastic night for Fishy and his teammates, and what a way to graduate months. But look, we can't get too focused on that because we got to dive straight in to grand final number 2, and we're heading over to the Emergent Division to see Dalhousie Black go head-to-head with Lincoln Land Community College Loggers.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of, funnily enough, champions for the championship. Both these teams have won a championship in their recent history, with Dalhousie winning in spring and Lincoln Land Loggers, cannot stress enough how much I dislike that name, winning in fall. So, yeah, 2 recent champions coming head-to-head. I guess it's kind of a best of 3. Look, Dalhousie didn't actually play in fall, but still, I guess the winner of this one becomes the ultimate champion.
Ultimate champion here at NECC this evening. And let's take a look at these rosters. First up on the screen, I believe we're going to be showing you Dalhousie Black's lineup. Love that logo. Lock, Jarrow, and Perched Peach. Now, I know you're going to have something to say about that name.
No, nothing about it.
Let's take a look at the other roster. We're going into Lincoln Land Loggers here tonight. And their lineup going to be Wonka, Relic, and Becky. Exact same lineup that we saw last night on the stream, or at least I saw it last night on the stream. It was absolutely fantastic watching them take down Concordia, Wisconsin, 4 games to 1. All 3 of these players definitely very, very dangerous. And I know that this matchup is going to be so close.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a banger. I even feel like that sweep we saw before was pretty fun to watch, if I'm honest. Anything, if it's even closer than that this time, and I say even closer, it's weird to say that about a sweep, but if it's going to be even closer than that this time, we know it's just going to be more and more fun to watch. And these players, honestly, they're here to play. They're ready for it. Wonka, he's got some candy for y'all. And I take that back. That was weird.
Appreciate rescinding that. Look, let's take a look at the bracket here in Emergent Division and see how these teams got here. With Dalhousie Black, 4-0 sweep in the quarterfinals over Fanshawe. 4-2 actually got tested a little bit in the semi-finals by Fresno State Red. Of course, Lincoln Land with a 4-1 against Concordia, like I just mentioned, and then a 4-0 sweep against the Firebirds. So Firebirds had a rough night in that quarterfinal, having to go up against their own brothers. And then after killing their own brothers, they go into the semifinals and just get dismantled by the Loggers. Oh, rough times for them, but this grand final is shaping up to be extremely exciting.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing 2 dominant teams in the bracket, just finally. And this is the way it should be, right? The 2 dominant teams meeting each other in the grand final. It would have been a shame to see them in the quarters, but no. We saw them stomp out the opposition in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals. We see them now meeting at the pointy end of the competition. And again, it's so hard to choose a favorite because both these teams have looked so good throughout the season.
It all comes down to this now, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to take a quick look at the schedule before we head into game. We only have 3 games left, of course. The one we are about to see, the Emergent Division Grand Final. Then we'll head over to the Challenger Division to watch ECU Gold take on UAH White until finally the NECC National Championship Grand Finals between Columbia Navy and Northwood Blue. I can't believe we've still got 3 grand finals left to watch. They're all going to be best of 7, and I feel like a kid at a candy store right now.
Yeah, we're working our way up, and it's just going to get more and more fun. Look, and no disrespect, but as the quality of play increases, so do the stakes. Look, these teams out here, they've been playing, they've been battling throughout the entirety of this season just to make it here to today, the grandest of final days that you will ever see. 4 grand finals on the line. This is number 2, Dalhousie versus Lincoln Land Loggers.
Game 1. Let's see who can kick it off faster. Lincoln Land looking for something early on here. Wonka just testing the defense there. Banging it up off of the crossbar. Pressure mounting on this blue side here. They've been pushed onto the back foot a couple of times. Demos starting to come out here as well. Physicality going to be more and more important as the quality increases.
Ooh, Jaro looking to wrap this around. He's actually managed to get it in field, but the bumps, the demos, making the space behind him empty of any kind of friendly player, so no one there to follow. Buck now looking to continue, but no boost, so he can't get up after it. Does so anyway, but Jaro gets in the way. Perch now up, has been getting up nice and early without any kind of hesitation, but sometimes a little ill-advised, but it could be, you know, the stream nerves, it could be a big moment maybe, and that maybe will settle down, I hope, for their sake, because the touch is a little bit shaky here to start, but Dalhousie starting with the pressure, and it has been extended. Right now, Perch Peach fighting off the demo, and there he'll be a big clear. Locks chasing back, looking for that corner boost, will get it. Everyone going to turn on that, but Jaro pulls out and should be able to get the clear away, but those nerves, I have to feel like, coming a little bit to the fore. We're seeing some double commits, we're seeing some pre-jumps that maybe ill-advised as mentioned, and we're seeing overcommits in general from both teams.
You know, something that I think we're seeing here is a difference between the format of this event and events that we would sort of regularly cast, because usually, you know, you're talking about momentum. You're talking about the team that played the second semi-final or perhaps the lower final, and that's just before the grand final, and so maybe they're better warmed up, but neither one of these teams has played in the championship today, right? Their semi-final matchups were yesterday. They're both coming into this as cold as each other in relevant terms, right? Then nothing warms you up like actually playing in that championship, and I think the nerves, the sort of the slip-ups and the errors that we're seeing here at the beginning of Game 1 are really reflecting that lack of genuine warm-up play. But as Lincoln Land Loggers at exact halfway mark who open up the scoring in Game 1.
Yeah, and they've been breaking the pressure. We've seen them chasing bumps throughout this first game, and they finally get one then. It's just allowing Becky to move into the space and get that play at not an unimpeded net. There was a defender there, but they could pretty much decide what play they were going for. Would they go the mind game? Would they go the slow play? Would they just slot it straight in? And they went for the latter. It was the right decision. Lincoln starting this game off, not with the quickest of bangs, but getting there around the stroke of halftime.
Only one goal in it. Lincoln Land, to me, they look like the slightly stronger of these two sides. If I had to pick one here in Game 1, I'm getting kind of a New England College vibe from them, to be honest, where the game is super close, nothing really in it, but one team just seems to have, you know, 60 or 70% of the pressure, not quite able to capitalize whenever they need to, and maybe a demo on their backline might be exactly what Dalhousie need to tie it up here. Just under 2 minutes left.
That's a perfect combination. The demo and then the threat of just what this play could be. Even a bad 50 here, and there's a second player ready to follow it up. It's just too much to think about. Too much to consider for the goalkeeper on the line. And in the end, Jaro with a tasty, tidy little air dribble over the top of the defense.
Around the corner, locked, looking downfield to Becky, who is maybe aggressively positioned, but end up being perfectly positioned. Couldn't quite get the most useful of passes in the world there. Perch Peach, almost sneaks that beyond Becky at the post, but perched and ready for it.
Nice.
Becky getting it out of defense, and we're still all squared. Oh, Becky, that is so close, and it's a brilliantly worked play, but you've got to take your opportunities, because it doesn't matter whether you have the majority of the pressure in a game, and Lincoln Land definitely have. You cannot capitalize on those opportunities, then you're just leaving yourselves open to lose a very painful defeat against a team that you will feel didn't deserve it.
It's a dangerous pinch there from Perched Peach, but the defense from Lincoln able to play it away. Jaro, though, continuing the pressures. Going to get the tap down. That's a brilliant pass. Perch Peach unable to put it over the top of the defense. The 50-50 coming in big. Becky clearing it downfield. Relic continuing. Jaro going to be comfortable there. Perch Peach going for an in and out. Not sure what. I'm sure backup play. I'm here for it. You know what? That's great. Redundancy's key in those kind of moments. Right now, Jaro just can't turn it on target, but does manage to turn it inside. Gets a big demo. We're blinded. What's going on? Becky's clearing it, denying the opportunity for Dalhousie.
Barely more than 10 seconds left on the clock. Oh, Becky! Oh no! Oh, that's so dirty! And I said it just 2 minutes ago that the higher up we get tonight, the more the physical plays are going to have an effect. And we saw Dalhousie relying on that demo play at the back line to equalize. And now we've seen Lincoln Land pay that right back. Vengeance. A dish best served cold, and it looks like it's going to be the dish that takes them to game 2, a game in front.
Yeah, better late than never, right? And they've gotten a late possible winner, but Dalhousie have a chance at the death. But they cannot find resurrection. Denied, and Lincoln Land with a wondrous way to win game number 1. The flick, the demo, the winner. And they will take game number 1. Oh my goodness. Again. This is too fun, Elliot. You invited me. Thank you.
This is so good. Oh my god. NECC never fails. Oh wow. And it's only game 1. It's only series 2. We got so much more of this. But look, let's calm it down. Let's reel it back in. Right? Let's concentrate on this. We've got a 1 goal differential again here at the beginning of this series, at the beginning of this grand final of the Emergent Division. Now, Dalhousie didn't look terrible by any stretch, but they did seem to be under a lot of pressure there. So how do you advise they break out of that and get on even footing here in the second game?
I mean, you got to watch out for a flick into a bump. I don't know how to just prepare yourself for that, because look, when it's that kind of individual brilliance that separates you, and that was individual brilliance. It was the perfect play, the perfect flick, the perfect pace on the ball, and then the perfect decision to go for that demo, open up the goal line. So, look, at the end of the day, the game plan isn't not working, right? You can stick with it. I think it's just score, lol. Like, you've just got to hope Becky doesn't hit those all the time. But, I mean, I just want to say, NECC, never, ever calm and composed. It's just shenanigans.
Pure shenanigans here. No early lead for either one. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, no early lead for either one of these teams in game number 2. Oh, he nearly sliced that inside that near post, but couldn't quite. Lincoln Land Loggers just teasing us with these opportunities as they break out of defense. Once again, Relic's waiting. Just predatory in nature, isn't he? Jarro's sweating as he tries to get this out of his own corner. No goals yet, but I've got this sort of feeling, right, that either Dalhousie, my apologies, need to adapt and do something differently and force this game onto Lincoln Land, or once Lincoln Land, and maybe once is generous, if Lincoln Land can start taking these opportunities consistently, they might start to pull away with it.
Yeah, and look, Dalhousie though, it does feel like a bit of a coin flip right at this point. They had that moment on 0 seconds for the equalizer. It looked like a sure thing. They've had moments early on in this game that look like sure things, and they're just not quite able to convert. And at the end of the day, that can just be down to nerves. The problem is, well, I guess the bright side is, the longer you play, most of the time, the less nerves you're going to feel until it's later in the series and the pressure's really coming down, right?
Yeah.
Unless they start continually missing these chances, and then it gets in their heads. I can't hit the side of a barn right now. And then the next time you have an open net, you're thinking about it, and again, you think about it, you overthink it, and you miss again, and it just piles up, and the pressure builds until it's unbearable, and then you can't even hit the ball. You're just double thinking, you're triple thinking, you're double committing, you're triple committing, and everything goes wrong. So I hope for our sakes, I hope for Dalhousie's sakes, that they can just hit something, right? Sooner rather than later. And here it is, bang, lock, stock, and just one smoking barrel because he just shot it straight in the net.
What a time to do it as well. To take the lead for the first time in the grand finals. That will settle their nerves. And Lincoln Land Loggers, I mentioned this just 5 minutes ago in that first game. This is frustrating. You get most of the pressure, you get most of the opportunities, and you don't take them. Suddenly, you're down to a team that maybe you feel doesn't really deserve to be up. And this is where we see mentality come in for both of these teams, right? Game one, unbelievably close. Each team had 3 saves. The difference was Lincoln Land had 1 more shot on target. They had 8. Dalhousie had 7. And that 1 extra shot got them the 1 extra goal that separated them and gave them that advantage coming into the second game. But now we've got a 1 goal difference once again, but this time it's in favor of Dalhousie. Can they make it 2? They're all piling up. They need to be careful because they could be caught on the transition here. And Wonka's looking to do just that down the wing. A demo coming out as well. Look, able to hold it off this time.
Or just floating in midfield. It's a big 50-50, but it's a clean win despite the demo, and that clean win drifts, floats, chipped all the way into the net. And I say chipped and floats and drifts, but it still hit that target at 96 kilometers an hour. That's about as clean a 50-50 as you'll get. It wasn't a 50-50, it was just a 100-0.
Perfect there from
That's maths.
Becky. The only logger to score so far in the grand final. Very much stepping up for his side right now. Dalhousie nearly managing to reclaim that lead immediately here. Jaro trying to put that pressure on in the air. They've got to be so careful here. Look, oh my goodness, it works for him this time. But if that misses him, that's straight over the entire defense. And Lincoln Land take the lead with less than 60 seconds. You just got to be a little bit more careful.
Still only a goal separating them. Locke looking for a double tap, but he's not getting back to it. Perch Peach, infield pass to no one in particular. Becky cuts it out, but the touch away isn't convincing. Relic does slide it underneath the defense, or I guess the offense in that case, but either way, it is back towards the Dalhousie back corner. Big dunk by Perch Peach. Anticipation on that play. Oh, Locke side flipped. Definitely unintentional there. Jaro, though's got an angle off the corner. Speculative effort infield. Becky clears it away and will look for the slow play, but Locke looking down that center of the pitch, and here comes Jaro. Just needs to hit the target. Never mind. Can't beat the diving defense. Right now, looking to set us up for another overtime, or will one of these teams find it in regular? It's a 0-second play. It's still up. That ball not dropping just yet. Jaro with 1 more. No one's going to be there to follow it up. It will be grounded, and we will have an overtime.
Oh, and that's our first overtime of the evening. We thought we were going to have one in game 1 of the first series, and then a 0-second goal broke that deadlock. Here we go. Who's going to hold up? Dalhousie looking to tie up the series. Lincoln Land looking to take a 2-game lead. It's absolutely crucial right now. Jaro with good control, forcing it into that corner. Lock the 50. Safely into the corner for now for Lincoln Land, but they're still under pressure. They're not out of the woods. Relic. It's the safety of the corner once again, but it's relative safety only because Dalhousie have stepped up and they look so dangerous right now. The pass off the backboard. Jaro's in midfield to collect, and he's going to follow his own touch up. The aerial play down off the corner, but Becky perfectly positioned to take that off of the backboard. These teams have swapped roles though, Muntz. The pressure is entirely with Dalhousie right now.
Right now, though, playing it from their own back line. Jaro looking for not the first flip reset of the day, but maybe the most ineffective. It did buy him a little bit of extra time, but the defense just waiting for him to drop down. But got a little bit of a chance here. Push forward on offense. Relic, though, denies that chance. He's going to look for that midfield boost. Will get it off Perch Peach. It allows him to get the pass in field. Becky slots it home. And Lincoln Land Loggers take their second game of the series.
Heartbreak here for Dalhousie. Perch Peach just inches behind that player, just too far to get that demo before the pass could come into the midfield. And Becky continues to be the only Lincoln Land Logger to find the back of the net in this series, the only goal scorer they have, and the only goal scorer they need, because we're heading into game number 3 with a 2-game advantage to the Loggers. And Dalhousie, they stepped up in that game. They've got to be feeling extremely frustrated right now.
I mean, it's rough, right? You go down a game, you play better in the second game, and you play better in a series that's already tight. Like game one came down to the finest of margins. The problem is your opposition are also playing better somehow. Yeah, rough days for Dalhousie, but Lincoln Landloggers, they really stepped up and pulled it out in the clutch. That boost grab on midfield, dropping down from the wall in front of the defender to then poke it in field to the Becky finish. Fantastic heads-up play. Bravo to them. That's a wonderful way to go 2 games ahead in the series. And right now, Dalhousie, a long way, a long climb back, but not the longest. They're only 2 games down, still a best of 7. They've got the time, but that time quickly running thin.
Gotta win this game. You really don't want to have to reverse sweep any best of 7, let alone a grand final. So Dalhousie, they can do it, but they need to believe that they can do it as well, because it's very easy at this moment in time to get your head down. And look at the stats from game 2 there. Lincoln Land only had 3 shots on goal compared to 7 from Dalhousie. So really shifted the momentum in their favor, but just could not seal the deal, couldn't bag the opportunities when they arose. That's what we need to see from them right here, and we nearly do. A fantastic team play, not quite coming to fruition at the outset of game number 3.
Oh, big clear away from Relic, but it's just met by Perch Peach. Ferocity in the meeting as well. Right now, they've set themselves up for a bit of pressure, but lock the misplay back. Perch Peach's going to turn on it quickly as well. So suddenly it's a 1v2. Perch Peach just needs to make contact, but no boost. Can't get up to it. Relic's going to play it away. Turning Lock, putting him on strings and allowing Becky to look for that flick. 3 defenders in net, though, not getting beaten by what was a fairly weak shot in the end. Jaro plays it downfield and away.
The mental game right now. This is psychological warfare from both of these 2 sides. Both extremely unwilling to concede the first goal here. And you can see why. A vital, vital game in this best of 7. But oh no, Becky is going to manage it. I couldn't tell what was going to happen there. And I reverted to monkey noises. But Becky, who else but Becky to send it over the line?
Yeah, perfectly placed finish underneath the diving Jaro. Composure, right? Having
I've
the
got none
head.
of it.
You've got none of it, but having that ability to kind of slow things down, wait for the defender to commit, and then make the decision on the shot placement. That's the difference here between the 2 teams, and it's a difference that's absolutely erased in mere seconds.
Just like that. It's just this quick, and it's so back and forth. These guys are turning this into the series that we really wanted to see, that neither one of them able to pull out in front. You just think, right? When Lincoln Land score that goal, they're already 2 games up and they take the lead here in game number 3. You think, okay, this is it. This is where we see the same New England College situations of wall dashes there. Like we saw in the last series, right? One team's just pulling ahead and then bam, Dalhousie equalize straight back in it, and they're feeling good. Look at Jaro here with the control in the air, and hats off to that, to have that level of confidence after such a bad couple of games, not in terms of your play style, but in terms of the result. Outstanding mental game right here from Dalhousie.
They've seemed to have found their confidence here in game number 3. I'm not saying that they looked nervy in games 1 and 2, but they've looked confident here in game number 3. The mechanics have stepped up. Yeah, Jaro's had them all series long, but everyone else is looking clean and sharp as well. And Jaro's just stepped it up a little bit more individually. But the whole team, as a whole, firing. And it's really impressive to see Lincoln Land now, the ones that need to adapt. I do think they've got it within them. It's still been close, even with the Dalhousie step up. And right now, Lincoln looking to get the deficit back to 0. But Dalhousie not letting them do that without a fight.
Dalhousie, 2 games down and a goal down in game 3. They don't care one bit. They tie it up and then they take the lead. 2 minutes left here in this all-important 3rd game of our best of 7 Emergent Division Grand Final. Dalhousie sneaking up, just desperate for that 2-goal cushion. It would mean so much to them right now. No team yet in this matchup has managed to take more than a 1-goal lead at any point, and this might be the moment. Jaro Jaro even. I'm getting too excited, okay? I can't read and be this excited at the same time.
Perch Peach, big 50 in the corner. Luck, fairly exuberant going for that, but manages to make the most of it. Now here comes Jaro, 0 boost in the tank, or 1 when he took off for that flick. It's dangerous still, and Perched Peach there to take advantage, but the saves comes in, and gotta say that shot letting down Dalhousie there. They had the chance to double the deficit, but just couldn't make it count. Perched Peach will be ruining that, looking for more power, a bit more precision as well. Need to make the goalkeeper work, but as it was, simple save. But here comes Locke in the 1v1, gets over the top. The second defender finally manages to come through with the rotation, get that ball clear, if only momentarily. But here comes Wonka with something a little bit more definitive.
Straight back into Lincoln Land territory here. Relic, oh, that's dangerous off of his own backboard, but he spotted Becky, and Becky has the skill to turn that around as quickly as it needed to be. Back into the midfield here. Locke's going to have to turn up. It's aggressive, but it's worked a treat. And for the first time in this grand final matchup, we have a team with a 2-goal lead, and it's not the team up by 2 in the series.
And it feels like this is the team that, I hate to use the word, but deserves the 2-goal lead, right? They've been pushing in this last minute or so, especially. They've been really pressing forward, not letting Lincoln Land Loggers push out of their defensive half, and they were rewarded for it. The good thing about it, too, is it was cool, calm, and composed. Unlike that double commit there, it's given Becky a chance to push back in, but it's not to be. But Dalhousie, they've totally upped their game here in game number 3, and they're looking like they should be able to continue in the next game if they can harness this momentum, if they can continue with this play style. It's looking good all over the pitch.
And now here's that moment where you have to have that uncomfortable decision when you're Lincoln Land, right? And that is, it worked for the first couple of games, but we need someone other than Becky to step up right now. Becky with 5 goals in this series, no goals for anyone else on the Lincoln Land Loggers roster, and we've got the entire Dalhousie team stepping up to the plate right now. Both Jaro and Locke taking goals in that game to take a really fantastic, really solid win as well. And I think that's going to be definitive for their confidence as we move forward, because it wasn't luck. It wasn't just, oh, this was a coin flip and it went the other way. Dalhousie, like you said, they deserved that 2-goal lead by the end of that. And now we're going to see what that does to the psychology of these two teams going into game 4.
Something interesting to me as well is that Dalhousie are getting on the end of those Jaro mechanics with more consistency, right? He's not just going, okay, yes, he's going for solo plays, but at the end of those solo plays, he has teammates there to capitalize on the chaos created. They've got the resources to capitalize on that chaos as well, which makes me think they're consolidating their back boost a little bit more when they're defending. So when they do counterattack, they can push forward and they can keep that pressure on. And then as the end of the game neared, as we entered that second half, they were able to just set up shop, consolidate the middle boosts, and put the pressure onto Lincoln Land Loggers and really look like the better team. Definitely in the second half of that game. And here they are pushing forward again. They've got the resources to continue. The shots are coming in. Perched, denied by the post. But I don't think that's the last attack we're going to see from them. I think they're going to continue pushing. They're going to continue countering. And they're going to continue setting up pressure plays.
And Lincoln Land, oh my goodness, I didn't think he had any chance of that. He made it so much closer than I thought he could. Dalhousie nearly taking the lead here in game number 4. But I just want to point out, Lincoln Land Loggers, they can do it, right? I watched that quarterfinal matchup yesterday. Dalhousie taking a lead here, but I'm just going to finish what I'm saying because Relic scored 11 goals in that quarterfinal matchup against Concordia, Wisconsin, right? Wonka got 3. But Relic was right up there, scoring goals, matching Becky, goal for goal. Maybe even scored a couple more in that series overall. So they're relying heavily on Becky right now, but we know they don't have to. And Wonka, he's listening to the commentary, steps up and equalizes.
It's like, oh, is that how we need to play? Do other people need to score? Okay, that makes sense. I'll put one in then, right now. And look, a nice leveler early on. This one back to a coin flip. We'll say, though, felt a little bit against the run of play. But now Lincoln have a bit of an opportunity to harness some momentum, even if it came against the run of play to start with. They'll see if they can, I mean, make the play run their way. Is that how that works? Sure.
Why not?
But Locke's got some boost in the tank. He's going to play this one forward. Perch Peach is going to pop that one up. If Locke can get the 50, it's going to be down to Jaro, and that's exactly what happens. But the defense sees it as early as I did. They shut it down, and they look to launch the counterattack.
Oh my goodness, my throat is not going to survive this series, let alone the rest of the evening at this rate. It's so close here. Ladies and gentlemen, in the grand final matchup of this emergent division here at the NECC Nationals. One goal! Oh my goodness! A defensive mishap. I can't speak anymore. A defensive mishap at that near post, unpunished by Dalhousie Black, and at the other end, Becky's there to make them wish that they had just taken that opportunity.
So frustrating for the defense there. You see the double commit? You call it double. Okay, all we need to do is save, and then we can counterattack with a numerical advantage. Oh, no, it's in the back of our net. Okay. Sure. All right, we're 1 goal down. Let's push back. And Lincoln Land, they've done exactly what we said that they had a chance to do, which was wrest the momentum of the game from Dalhousie. And here they come with a goal in hand. Now they can settle things down. They don't need to push hard. They can just play the way they want to. And if I'm them, honestly, I just continue doing what's been working this last minute or so. That's push forward and score goals.
Just score. Just win.
Just score, lol.
Oh my word, Lincoln Land breaking out here. Very snappy transitions. Dalhousie got to be extremely careful about that. A nice little counter of their own, but Jaro throwing it away a little bit too quickly. Gets a fantastic demo on the goal line as well. Dalhousie coming forward, trying to tie things up. We've already seen them win a game from a goal down, so Lincoln Land definitely got that playing on their mind right now. They want that 2-goal cushion that'll make this a little bit more comfortable. Just under 2 minutes left in game number 4 of this series. It's impossible to call which way this is going to go.
Dalhousie quickly running out of time. Still, plenty, but soon they'll start to think about it. Soon the time itself, the countdown itself, will be a cause of stress to them, and every moment spent on their half defending is going to be frustrating. It's going to build the pressure, but they've got a chance to attack here. Becky, though, so good off that back wall, playing it to the ceiling and then pinching it away. And here they come. Relic with a shot opportunity, just needed to make contact. The miss comes in, and the Dalhousie chances stay about the same, and they're going to push forward. No boost in the tank, though. Those resources gone missing, so they've got nothing to counter with, though. Jaro has a chance to get back to it, but it's cut out again, and that's just going to find its way all the way in. Becky with yet another goal.
That's tragic as well for Dalhousie. It's the exact goal you don't want. I mean, you never want to concede, but this is like the worst possible goal to concede as well. So frustrating. And now down by 2 with a minute left. Loggers, Poggers, right? Lincoln Land Loggers looking like they're about to be championship point up heading into game 5. But Dalhousie, make me eat my words here. A 1-goal deficit again after just 5 seconds of it being 2.
That didn't take long, and goalkeeper just kind of... I'm not really sure what the positioning was there, what the idea was. Maybe the thought of going for the in and out, the squishy save. But that wasn't the right decision either. In the end, getting tripped up on the post, all kinds of shenanigans on that goal line. Allows Jaro a way in, and Dalhousie a way back into this game. And they might continue to climb back into the series. Maybe not with misses like that, but the offense not expecting it, which means Locke's going to be able to pick this up with the 1v1 over the top, and that makes its way in. Jaro with the help. Look, it was all the way in anyway, but you got to make sure of those. Dalhousie, they were down by 1 just seconds ago, and now here they are in the lead.
Is it 2 smoking barrels now? That was 2 of them. It was both of them.
Oh no, and that's my bad. They've just drawn it. They've just leveled it up. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. They've just leveled it up.
But they leveled it up.
They leveled it up. 30 seconds left.
They were 2 goals down.
They leveled it up. They're 2 goals down.
That was 3-3 in the grand final. It's crazy. Let's go.
Are we going to see a 0-second regular time or overtime? Go, quick, prediction. Elliot. Oh, never mind. Jaro's not giving us time. They will go 1 goal up now. I've double-checked the scoreboard. It's 100% official. 17 seconds remaining. Dalhousie, 1 goal to the good. We've lost Elliot. We've lost him. The excitement's gotten to him.
I'm sorry. I'm breaking my setup in my excitement right now. Jaro stepping up and saying, don't worry, Muds, I got your back. You're not wrong. You're just early. There's the lead. 5 seconds left on the clock now. Lincoln Land Loggers looking around, dazed and confused. They have absolutely no idea what happened. How have they gone from a certainty of being championship point up to being 2-2 in the series? They're all square.
My goodness. And interestingly enough for me, right, as I mark them down with their 2 games in the series, I felt like, even though it was a come from behind victory, I felt like they were playing the winning Rocket League. It didn't feel to me like Lincoln Land Loggers were outplaying Dalhousie so much as Dalhousie were just making a few key mistakes in very key moments, right? Yep. And there is a big difference between the two. If you're making the mistakes, you can clean them up. The power is within your grasp, right? Whereas if Lincoln Land Loggers are just outplaying you, if they're beating you to balls and just mechanically dominating, that's a whole different story. You need to make big adaptations. But when you're the one just making the mistakes, gifting a couple soft goals, if you clean that up, you're looking good. And they were. Apart from those mistakes, Dalhousie definitely deserving of their lead and their win. And if they can just cut those mistakes out, they could run away with the series.
And the stats back that up, right? We had Lincoln Land Loggers with 3 saves and 3 shots. That's it in game number 4. They got 3 goals from 3 shots. Dalhousie had 9 shots, but 0 saves. Just did not defend their net at all in that game. And it showed, right? It did show. It maybe shouldn't have been that close, but when push came to shove, they got the result over the line. They tied up the series rather than going championship point down. And now it remains to be seen. Can they make this work? Locks are going to be able to. Jaro follows up. There must have been a demo there somewhere.
Either way, this is a beautiful pass from Locke off the post to his teammates. Goodness. I don't know if there needed to be a bit of communication. Say, hey, look, you got plenty of time, mate. Like, just chill, bro. Because that pinch could have gone just about anywhere. Luckily for Dalhousie, it just kind of dribbled out in front of net and was easily finished. Oh, goodness, Becky with a worm burner to the bottom corner right there. But Jaro, the side flip, the feels flip, fakes out Relic. And yeah, Lincoln Land with a dangerous opportunity, locked the last line of defense just momentarily, but deals with it.
I don't know what to say anymore. Oh my god, oh my god. Every time I open my mouth to speak, something crazy happens. And we're just seeing unbelievable scenes right now. This is such an incredible grand final matchup between these two sides. So evenly matched, and the demos are flying in right now. Wonka looking upfield to Becky. A 3-man passing play coming out here as Relic loses possession to Locke, and it transitions back into defense for the Loggers. Becky winning that 50. Perch Peach just trying to ram it down the throats of Lincoln Land Loggers defense right now. Is this going to beat Becky, though? Back in time to clear it off the backboard. Perch Peach with the drop shot back into midfield. Jaro can't find it. Muds, I don't even know what to say. I don't know how to analyze this. It is just an all-out brawl right now between these two sides. And Dalhousie, from being 2 games down, find themselves 2 goals up in game number 5.
I mean, whenever I run out of ideas, I just read the scoreboard, right? It's something I think I need to do more often, apparently, judging from the last game. But look, this game, 2 minutes, 53 seconds remaining. 2 goals to the good. Are Dalhousie right now looking in control. Perch Beach, interesting mechanics to get back out. Interesting recovery mechanics specifically. But the interesting back pass from Perch Peach again. I was about to say the pressure continues. Instead, there's no pressure on the shot. It doesn't matter. Perch Peach was panicking, but no one was there to finish it on behalf of Lincoln Land Loggers. So they will continue to chase this 2-goal lead despite missing out on a golden opportunity. Some absolute shenanigans from the Dalhousie defense there, but they escape with it. They've continued to have the 2-goal buffer. They might make it 3. Perch Peach does exactly that. With a little bit of help from the defense, a valiant effort on the goal line, but nothing is denying an opportunity of this caliber.
What do you say now? What do you tell Lincoln Land Loggers? They started so strong. They looked maybe like the slight favorites in those first couple of games. It was it was just 1 goal margins all the way up until until right now, basically, and maybe we're still going to see a 1 goal margin by the end of this, but Dalhousie with a 3 goal lead, trying to set up championship point with a 4 goal lead. No, Relic gonna be oh no, that is agonizing.
Relic couldn't quite pull off the rise, the respawn and quick free flip back to the save. Oh, not able to make it there. It's pain right there for Lincoln Land. It felt like they had the players there. They just couldn't quite get it. But I got to say, the physical play favoring Dalhousie. It's chaos right now. And yeah, they're profiting from it. Demo's coming in. The rhythm shook. Rotation's broken and all open nets missed for luck right there. Could have made it 5. Looking to demoralize Lincoln Land Loggers, but not to be in. It's getting a little late now for Lincoln. I don't know if they have what it takes to pull this one back. It might be time to reset and recalibrate for the next game.
Oh, Becky pushes it downfield. Wonka's going to get there first, but the block is in. And Lincoln Land cannot find a goal here. Oh, and unfortunate self-disruption there from Dalhousie on their backline. Going to disrupt their entire defensive structure and allow Lincoln Land Loggers that little glimmer of hope of a comeback here in Game 5.
I mean, I just said it might be out of sight, but they're kind of making a little pause champ there. Let's see, 3 goals now with more than a minute left. That is absolutely doable, right?
In this series in particular, yes.
Absolutely. If they can turn this attack into a goal, and they don't manage to do that, but they've turned on it well. It's a big 50-50. Perch Peach seems to be panicking, and that goal goes in. And the deficit's down to 2, Elliot. There's still a whole minute remaining.
No.
No?
Nah.
I don't know.
No.
Pause champ's in the chat. Is there a mug check?
Chat, come on. What are you saying? 1, Lincoln Land Loggers bring this back and somehow at least force an overtime. 2, they don't do it. Dalhousie Black just see this series out in regulation time. Let us know, 1 or 2 in the chat. I don't know either way. This is absolutely insane. It was 4-0 20 seconds ago. It's 4-2 now. Lincoln Land Loggers with nothing all game start scoring. And Dalhousie, oh my goodness, that could have been 3. That might have reduced the deficit, but it's at the other end. Oh, the pre-flip! The pre-flip save at the back line. What a way to keep it out. And never mind. Locks it up here in game number 5. Surely impossible now.
Goodness. Goodness gracious me. Surely impossible. Now we can kind of start our our preamble for the next game. Look, I gotta say, Dalhousie, they felt a little bit too comfortable there. 4 goals up.
No. No.
Should I just keep writing Lincoln Land Loggers off, and maybe they'll just keep coming back? So there's no chance for Lincoln Land Loggers. They cannot come back. It's a physical, theoretical, hypothetical impossibility. There's no way, right, that they can get back into this whatsoever. Right? There's no way.
Oh goodness, they need a goal right now, right now. And this is not the goal they needed.
All right,
That's not the
I
goal
tried
they
my
needed.
best. I tried my best, chat. I tried my best to kind of summon the comeback with a curse. Oh goodness. What a game, though. Look, let me continue with my point at least, which was Dalhousie. They did kind of let their guard down. The worry for me is that it's going to be hard. Okay, I can probably assuage my own worry here, because they did manage to get a goal or 2 at the end here. A lot of times teams, they take their foot off the pedal, the other team gets back into the series, right? And then it's hard to get your foot back down somehow. I don't know. Someone in the chat tell me how cars work, but it can be really hard to get back up to the level that you were playing at that gave you that dominant lead, that gave you the ascendancy in the series. And that can give your opposition a little bit of just a toehold maybe to get back into the game. Even if they lose that specific singular game, it can give them a toehold. It can give them a springboard into the next one. The good thing for Dalhousie is that they did halt that momentum. But Lincoln Landloggers, they will be holding on to every little hope they can get. They can go, look, that second half, we were much better. We scored goals. We came back in that last minute, and we made them just panic a little bit, especially Perch Peach. Look, I'm not necessarily singling out Perch Peach because absolutely influential in the rest of the play. But there were a couple moments on defense. There were a couple moments in midfield where they did have some panicky touches that directly led to Lincoln Landloggers. So Lincoln Landloggers, they'll be in comms going, Perch Peach, absolutely choking right now, right? Demos, get them tilted, target them. And it might well work. It could be a way back in because right now they need any help they can get. Dalhousie looking incredibly strong.
What can we see here, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat? Put a 7 if you think we're seeing game 7 right now, and put a 6 if you think Dalhousie are going to close this out in game number 6. 4 games to 2. I can't call this either way. Muntz, are you brave enough to venture a prediction here?
I am not.
All right,
but
fantastic.
Full stop. No, but I do think that I feel like, chat, don't we deserve a game 7? I feel like we deserve it, right? We're entitled to a game 7. And if the players don't provide it, shame on them.
Shame. You're not following the script. Come on. And we actually are having a timeout right now from Lincoln Landloggers. I'm gonna at least help them start to refresh their engines, right? Take the sting out of the momentum that has been built up in favor of Dalhousie, but not a massively long break. Do you think that's had any impact?
I think so, right? Like any little bit to kind of ice the other team. We've seen tactical timeouts work through all levels of Rocket League, but most observably at the top level. Team getting on a run, take a tactical timeout. Ice them completely. Hold the momentum. Because, like, honestly, your play hasn't been able to do it. Maybe a little bit of time can, but I mean, there's no slowing down Jaro. He's here to play.
What happened to Dalhousie? Been backstage with Michael Jordan, got some of his special stuff. I mean, that could not have been more in the top corner. If that was more in the top corner, that's coming straight off of the frame of the goal and out. Almost unsavable. I mean, the defender's in the exact right place. Oh, Becky with a pinch of luck there, managing to find an early equalizer. That's really important.
Yeah, big cheat on the kickoff and somehow manages to poke that in. I think it might have been on target, regardless of the touch from Locke. So a bit of a forced own goal, but most likely going to be a goal regardless. Lincoln Land not taking too long to respond here.
Wow, very, very important equalizer for Lincoln Land Community College right there, especially when we consider how Game 5 played out with that 4-0 lead for Dalhousie. This is at least going to give them the confidence that that's not how this game has to play out. Can they take it? Can they force game number 7? Let's see what they can do here. An early lead would be very, very beneficial for their mindset. They have to be careful on defense. They have a habit of leaving themselves just that little bit overexposed, and it does seem like they're trying to make amends for that. Becky, back in position, forcing it into the corner, moving all the way out to midfield for a boost, though. That might not have been the right option, and indeed, Lincoln Land punished for that misposition.
Such a well-worked play from the corner. My goodness. Look, not quite finding the target, but one of those shooting opportunities that's just as good if you miss. And I mean, great positioning, great spacing for Dalhousie to identify and be there to back up that miss when it comes in. I mean, look, maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. That might have just been a communicated pass, and if it was, I mean, absolutely fabulous.
Lincoln Land looking, Relic! Oh, that's going to sting. He really thought he had that there. I thought he had that there, but it wasn't enough. We won't see the equalizer just yet. Peach perched up on the sidewall. Oh, goodness, no. Oh, no. Oh, Lincoln, please, no.
Yep.
Oh, no, Wonka.
Yep. That's a rough one. That's a rough one at match point, Elliot.
Yeah. Oh, championship point down. Oh,
Yep. All right, let's 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Relic looking to flick that one over the top, but 50-50. Beating him out. Shaking that one off. Becky awkward in the corner. Like, maybe not anticipating such awkwardness from a player that's been so proficient so far. Wonka, not too much boost, so he's just going to try and flick this over the top of one. Does make it. Relic to follow. Lock with the big clear and had a chance to smack it at net. The doink comes in and does exactly that. The bounce off the ceiling. No one there to meet it. Perch Peach, 0 boost, but has the flip in the back pocket. Big explosion completely obstructing our vision. Oh, Perch Peach, a perfect play away into the corner. Had a big opportunity to score a banger of an open net on the own goal, but instead the defensive clutch play comes in and manages to deny what would have been absolute, the third own goal of the game?
Oh no, please don't. I can't. We got just over 2 minutes left here in what may be the final game of this grand final matchup. And I just want to take a second to acknowledge Perched Peach, because I don't remember saying his name for the first 3 games. He didn't find a single goal, didn't do too much in the way of helping out Dalhousie Black, but he has stepped up and then some since then, getting a hat-trick in Game 5, scoring in every game since. Just a menace right now, and defensively coming in crucial, which is, I mean, crucial, isn't it, right now, especially as you've got to hold Lincoln Land off. That shot from Jaro denied this time, and thank goodness for Lincoln Land, because that would have been the final nail in the coffin.
And especially, like, yes, Perch Peach with the chance. Jaro plays it up, the pre-jump comes in, but it's just gone begging, and now Relic with the chance, rushes the shot, anticipates the bump on Perch Peach, but to go back to Peach, I gotta say, fantastic performance if you're looking at the stats in game number 5, but also had that those shaky moments, so has done incredibly well to turn things around, has looked incredibly confident here in this game. Again, you see a confident clear and another finish, looking for the final, or the 4th goal rather, for Dalhousie, but Jaro, oh my goodness, the pressure. Lincoln Land can't break out. They look utterly defeated, and I'm wondering if I can do it again by cursing the reverse curse on Lincoln Land. It's not happened just yet, and Locke does play it away.
Come on, Relic moving it downfield, Loggers. They need that energy from chat. Loggers, Poggers in chat right now. We got to get 2 more goals. 30 seconds left to see a game number 7. Dalhousie Black with 2 games down, and now their championship point up with 2 goals to the good. 20 seconds left on the clock now to defend this margin, and that's infield. Both players not quite being able to force a 50. Lock gets the better of it. Perched Peach across net. This one just hanging loose in front of Lincoln, and they need a goal. They need it right now. Otherwise, this is timed out, and that's going to be it. Dalhousie Black, from 2 games down, take the championship final. They are the champions of the Emergent Division.
Congratulations to Dalhousie, Jaro, Perch, Peach, and Luck coming through, lifting the trophy, placing the crown down, and looking comfortable doing it after a shaky start, because my goodness, I thought this was destined for a game 7. I thought Lincoln Land Loggers were going to fight back. We knew they had it in them to take wins against this Dalhousie team, but in the end, Dalhousie just powered through and did not stop.
Just such a sensational comeback, right? And we mentioned this in the interview at the end of that last series, of course, talking to Fishy, right? He's saying it's great to win a clean sweep like that, but it was even juicier last year when we came from behind. And that's how it's going to feel for Dalhousie Black right now. The underdog story during that series, pulling it back for a game 6 win. Just what a sensational series that was as a viewer.
Yeah, absolutely. It had everything, right? It had what looked to be a dominant team. It had the comeback, and then another dominant team, and then maybe a comeback again, but it was fended off. It had dramas, ups and downs. We had own goals. We had goal line shenanigans. We had somehow Perch Peach setting up 2 goals for Lincoln Landloggers, but still being possibly player of that particular game. Like, I don't know what that was all about, but it was very fun to watch.
Shenanigans.
Absolute shenanigans. And then in the end, shaking it off and clutching it up, as I was trying to say, amongst all the action. But Perch Peach having a huge final game number 6. And yeah, that's just a wonderful series all around, to be honest.
I'm gonna throw to a break. Okay, look, we're gonna chuck to a break right now, and we're gonna set up for the interview. We're gonna grab Jaro, bring him in here, and get some of his viewpoints now that he is regional champion. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC Nationals. We are joined by none other than Jaro from the winners of the Emergent Division Grand Final, Dalhousie Black. Jaro, congratulations. Incredible performance there in that Grand Final. And I've got this right. You're a freshman, is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
So first season in, and you're divisional champions. Did you expect it to be that quick a start for you?
You know, I just gotta say I really appreciate my teammates coming into the NECC. I think we started kind of slow, but towards the end here, we really kind of found our groove, got our passing plays down, and just kind of played our game.
I mean, you guys definitely found your groove, and I actually felt like your performance in particular was incredibly key. I do have a question about Perch Peach later, but first, you started off, you mechanical, got the long, slow air dribbles out of defense, out of your back corner from the walls as well, and I noticed your teammates early in the series when things weren't going so well, not really getting on the end of it, right? Like, yeah, individual plays great. You've still got to beat 3 defenders. Pretty hard to do by yourself. You did your best at times, but your teammates weren't quite there. As the series came on, you found more success. Your teammates were there to finish off the chances. Was there anything, did you notice anything that led up to that, or was it just something that kind of happened in the flow of the series?
In general, in our past games, we've always kind of started slow as a team. So for us, even when we were down 2-0, it was just repeating to each other, we're gonna win the series. We know we're a better team overall. Like we can win this series. Um, and I just trust my team. I know they're gonna pick up. I know they're gonna be there when we need them to be there. And Peach came through big, Lock came through big. They're just great teammates.
I mean, you've just sort of answered my question there as well, because I was going to say, right, Lincoln Land, they take a 2-game lead in that series, and by 1 goal each time as well, right? And that overtime goal as well. That's especially demoralizing. Was there any, like, getting down and a little bit beaten up in your mental game as a team? Or, you said you were hyping each other up, right? Is that just how you guys roll, always on that positive mindset?
It's kind of funny how it worked out in the playoffs to qualify for nationals. We went down two just like this. So we've kind of been there, done that, and I think we all trusted each other. Just, put your head down, just play the possession, trust our mechanics, and it's going to come there eventually. So we always had faith that we were going to win the series.
All right, game number 5. Perch Peach scored 3 goals. But then, and you guys took a big old lead, and then the other team started creeping in a little bit. Perch Peach also had 2 assists for the other team. I just want to know, after you guys took the big lead, I think at one point you were 4-0 up, and then Lincoln Landloggers crept back in. What's going on in the comms there? You guys having a good time at that point because you're in the lead? Things getting some shenanigans popping off a little bit, some mistouches, maybe some giggles? Or was it legitimately a little bit stressful by the end there?
Being up 4-0, it can be really hard not to lose focus a little bit. But once they scored 2, we knew we just lock in, focus up, and play the low 50s, play the possession game, just run the clock down because they're not going to be able to catch up.
Well, look, Jaro, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. It's been a pleasure, and congratulations once again. Do you have any final shout outs you'd like to make?
Obviously I have to shout out Locke and Peach. They've been really great teammates. I got to shout out my girlfriend for watching pretty much all playoffs and nationals. I got some friends and family that are out watching, the boys in the Discord watching. Yeah, that's about all I got to shout out.
That's absolutely fantastic. Honestly, I just love hearing from players that people in the real world are actually like watching this as
I
well.
know. Yeah,
It's
it's
so
awesome.
cool. That's
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic.
yeah.
Congratulations, Jaro.
Thank you.
And
Thank
from one poll to another, right? We had Fishy in here sent off for his graduation with a championship victory. And now we've got Jaro just stepping up to the plate for the first time and taking that championship. Incredible performance. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Jaro from Dalhousie Black, the new champions of Emergent Division here at the NECC National Championships. And we are heading over to Challenger Division after this short break. We're going to be back with East Carolina University Gold in their grand final matchup against the University of Alabama in Huntsville. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what has already been an unbelievably exciting evening of Rocket League is only going to get spicier because, believe it or not, we're actually going up in terms of skill right now. The two incredible series that we've already seen going to be built on. We're going to see players with even more mechanical prowess than we've already seen, and my goodness, what an evening it has been so far, Mance.
I mean, we've already seen the mechs come out pretty large. Jaro, interviewee of the last series, prime candidate for that kind of adulation. But like you said, it's just going to get better. We're just going to see bigger pop-offs, but we're also going to see less room for the pop-offs as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a battle of mechanics versus defense, but the stakes are are rising as well. And so is the entertainment value. I hope, at least. It's going to be tough to follow that series, but I think we can do it. We deserve it.
I hope so. I really hope so. I want to see at least one Game 7 tonight. That Game 6, oh, it was good. It was tasty, but it left me just wanting that little bit more. I was hoping for that Game 7, and we didn't get it now. But maybe we're going to see one of these two teams give it to us. Let's bring up the schedule and see the final two series remaining. Next game up in just a few minutes. We've got East Carolina University Gold going head-to-head with the University of Alabama in Huntsville White. They are two very top teams, and I can't wait to see them. But then after that, we have our fourth grand final of the evening, the grand final of the NECC National Championships between Columbia Navy and Northwood Blue. How many grand finals in an evening? We are absolutely spoiled right now. Mr. Muntz, let's take a look at the bracket for Challenger Division and see how these two teams got here.
I mean, look, it's been a fun run, but the good thing that I'm seeing is we're not seeing the dominance, right, that we saw from the earlier matches. We're seeing 4-2s from ECU. We're seeing a 4-0, yes, in the semis, but they were challenged early. And then down at the bottom, UAH struggling through with the 4-2s. Like, okay, you know, comparatively struggling compared to the earlier brackets that we looked at. But here they are again, two definitely deserved teams yet to be truly challenged. We're not seeing any deciders up to this point, and they're button heads at the pointy end.
Not a single Game 7 in this entire bracket. Is this one going to be it? I certainly hope so. Let us know in chat if you think this one's going all the way or not. But now it's time to take a look at the rosters. First up on the board, we're going to have the East Carolina University Gold roster in Onyx's Ethan and Dagger. Dagger? How are we going to pronounce this one, Lick?
I really hope that I don't offend anyone by saying Dagger. Okay, guys, the R is implied. Okay, I can't help it. But look, I got a fun fact about Dagger, and I really like this one. Apparently, the legend says this man flicked one time on Justin and Gimmick at 4 a.m. in a casual lobby. If that doesn't spell champion, I don't know what does.
Look, well, let's find out if they can be champions or whether this next team up on screen is going to be able to beat them. University of Alabama in Huntsville White. Oh, tell me that's not a mouthful. They're going to be fielding B-More, Camilog, and Josh. I think we're just going to call him Camille tonight. You know what? He actually doesn't have an interesting fact, but
Pretty sad about that.
B-More's interesting fact here in NECC Rocket League is that he plays Rocket League in the NECC.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Big if true. That's all I've got. Have we got another graphic, surely?
We've got no more graphics, but we do have. Goodness. Yeah, I tell you what, we've got lots of grand finals. We've already had 2, and now we've got 2 more left to show you, both best of 7s and both gearing up to be some of the best Rocket League you may have ever seen. Heading up in the skill tiers, we started with the Navigator division. We went on to Emergent. Now here we are at Challengers, just one tier below that champion national level. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves because we are in for a treat. ECU Gold kicking off against UAH White.
We start off the UAH corner. ECU looking to put the pressure on early. I'll try to apply a little bit more here, but they shut down. It's a dominant dunk. That net. NECC, though, denying, and Dagger just coming off the roof of the net there. I'm not maybe anticipating a bigger shot, but it doesn't matter. NECC with some big 50-50s. The shot goes wide, and both teams now having their opening chances and now have a little chance to settle into game number 1.
Oh, cheeky pass off the backboard. The shot shut down immediately. NECC firing one off under the crossbar, but we're not going to see the same amount of whiffs and mistakes out of these players. They are a higher caliber when it comes to mechanical skill and when it comes to the basics in general. Rotations should be a little bit cleaner, and we expect a little bit more of players at this level. And so far, a very competitive game. No one able to break the deadlock early on, and maybe a little bit of a double commit coming out from Alabama then. They do look good in terms of building pressure. It's just making sure that they don't overextend and leave themselves vulnerable.
NECC has bumped off that after picking up the mid boost. Had 100 in the tank and some time to think about what they might do with it. But then that time just eliminated. Like, nope, off you go, doink away. And then the chance gone. Now it's Josh. Not too much boost, so he's going to put this in field. The shot. Oh, the opportunity goes begging, but the follow-up there and saved away at the last. The ball just a smidge over the line, but nothing to worry about for ECU.
2 minutes in, and Josh up looking for something spectacular. Didn't quite find it. You got to love the confidence coming out of these two teams right now, and a chance for ECU to break that. Oh, B-more! Actually, defending his own net there. I actually got a little bit confused about which side he was on. Ethan's coming up, actually threatening that orange net right now. NECC is in the midfield, holding this pressure up beyond the halfway line. Genuinely, just not that many proper goal-scoring opportunities coming out right now. Both teams able to move the ball downfield, and perhaps a good one here. NECC tucks it under the keeper at the near post.
Still 3 players to beat when NECC went up for this. 3 players in front between the ball and the net, and the placement was just too perfect. Of those 3 players, only one had a real chance, and even that was so difficult to get down to that save. So ECU open up the scoring, and that's a fantastic way to get it started. Nice little team play. Solid finish as well, just to get the comms buzzing.
They're coming forward once again. Camille doing well to get it out. NECC just holding it up at the midfield. Oh, what a fake to bring it underneath, and decent work by B-more, but he couldn't do enough, and Dagger is ultimately able to get it out. Oh, look at the physicality. These bump plays already starting to become pretty significant in this matchup.
Ethan has a chance to pop and follow. Let's get over the top of one. It is awkward for Camille. B-more manages to get it clear, but Ethan rolls down the curb. The huge clear, if that's on target, would have been a goal, but as it... Oh, it was! I thought it was hitting the post and going away from our point of view. It looks slightly wide, but that's just slotted top corner. My goodness. I don't know. There was a recent update, right? Did they add ball curve?
just a little bit of curve there, as that found its way into the back of the net. And Alabama able to tie things up with just a minute and a half left on the clock in game number 1. We haven't yet seen a game 1 in any of these grand finals won by more than a single goal, in this game shaping up to be no different whatsoever. NECC is trying to break out down the wing, but with no boost. He's going to have to find a pump play. He does. But Alabama were ready for it, to their credit.
Fantastic adaptation from UAH there, but goodness, the heads-up play to go for the bump, unfortunately. I mean, it was just stamped out. The opportunity stamped out, recovered by the defense, and here come UAH, but a gifted possession here to Ethan, albeit he's got no boost to work with, so not going to be able to do too much, but NECC comes in, gets that one clear, and Dagger had a chance. It's a high pop, so he's got to do some work to get back down to it. B-more looks to drop it down, but pinches it away. Right now, it's a little bit awkward for the ECU defense, but Onyx just makes it look easy, honestly. Turned on it, looked comfortable, went up quickly and got that ball clear. And here comes Ethan with the shot. 2 defenders in there. One takes care of it, and they're going to wrap it all the way around. The backflip from Dagger. Could be shenanigans here. Josh just needs to get this midfield, but Ethan's going to deal with that. Or will he?
Oh, yep, as he dealt with it, Onyx able to get it out beyond halfway, and a chance to counter for ECU Gold here might turn into a chance to do just that for Alabama. Oh, underneath one! The fake beating one defender, but not quite managing to take out the other. And we are indeed going to have overtime in game 1 of this grand final.
That ball dropped very closely to a pretty rocket of a shot, I think. If that ball had been caught a little bit earlier, we might have seen a 0-second heroics there, but it's not to be. We're here in overtime, and it's a first attack for UAH, and they make good on it. Josh slamming it into the top of the net.
Oh my goodness, just like that. I thought we were in for a really close overtime, and immediately, Alabama coming out. Josh finds his second goal of game 1, and what a time to do it.
Absolutely smacked that. My goodness. No hesitation with that one. No nerves are evident whatsoever. Just lined it up and belted it. Goodness. I guess pick that out, as they say. I mean, we
the back of the net there.
we couldn't have asked for a better game 1 though. Nice little overtime. A late 0-second chance for who are ultimately the losers, and then a quick overtime kickoff. That wasn't quite a kickoff goal, but a quick overtime goal. And here we go, entering game number 2. ECU, despite looking comfortable at times, unable to get the separation needed, and UAH come roaring back into it and take game number 1.
ECU going to be feeling frustrated right now and venting those frustrations on the UAH backline. Haven't managed to capitalize on those demos, but it is a fantastic strategy to utilize if they can keep that up and do it without overexposing themselves. Oh, Ethan nearly managing it. And it's good to see that Carolina's integrity hasn't been damaged too much yet. Their confidence still rolling strong at the outset of game number 2.
Absolutely. The confidence evident in that crossfield passing play. We saw the long diagonal ball up and then the play infield. Fortunately, the defender was shutting down the shooting angle, but love to see that. It's fantastic to move the defense around. Even if the play doesn't come off, even if it is blocked or shut down, you're messing with the rotations. Oh, goodness, the infield nearly messing with the scoreboard right there. But once again, ECU, despite looking nice and prim and pretty, unable to get the finishing touches on the play.
A little bit of a confusing touch there from the orange player. Took his teammate out, but it's okay. It's worked out in the end. Be more able to wind up from defense. A little bit of a whiff. Spells an opening for Ethan, but no one up in support for ECU Gold. Dagger's turning it onto that backboard now as well, and this is rolling loose in midfield. Josh is going to be first to it, but Onyx is perfectly positioned to pick it up, take it into the air, try to drop it down in front of net. And things have almost slowed down a little bit here, Muntz.
Okay. Well, Camille's just going to speed things up a little bit, and this could well open up the game. Like you said, it was slowing down. Both teams feeling a little bit comfortable, maybe finding a rhythm. But now, one of those teams, ECU, going to have to start pushing forward. I mean, look, there's plenty of time left. They don't have to change too much, but they do need a goal. You don't need to be a mathematician. You don't need a degree in arithmetic. I don't know what maths degrees are, but look, you don't need to be an advanced mathematician to figure this one out. You need goals. You need at least 2 if you want to win this game for ECU.
Months. Oh my goodness, I'm so embarrassed. I just realized it's Camille OG. I think I said Camilog.
Camilog, yeah.
Oh, goodness me. Camille, forgive me. Okay, look, you're proving yourself. Oh, my word. They so nearly saved that. But it's not meant to be for ECU, and they are having such a rough time of this.
It's trying to work something with, like, the Knights of Camelog. But I couldn't figure it out. But look, UAH figuring out ECU right now. 2 goals to the good now. And I gotta say, is that okay? That one's definitely going wide. I need to check myself. But I gotta say, it's again ECU with the more impressive plays, but UAH just grinding it out, playing solid Rocket League, solid defense, and they're just counterattacking and doing it incredibly well.
Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. We're past the halfway mark here in game number 2. Alabama feeling pretty good about themselves right now. Onyx sees Dagger. It's a lovely little passing play into the corner. Dagger not quite in the right position to do it, but he makes the best of it. Gets a pass back inside. Ethan trying to follow up and keep that pressure on as well. Dagger now inside. Ethan's not quite positioned ready for it. Alabama get it clear. Carolina gonna have to build this one out of defense once again, but Onyx doesn't have the boost, and that's a double commit in midfield. Dagger needs to slow this down and allow his teammates to get back. He has just about. Can they keep it out? No, they can't. Was that a fake? That was just dirty.
Oh, this is pop tight. Yeah, Josh, how's he managed to get that touch? Oh, it was a fake. Come here, we'll call it the mind games.
So rude. That's a 3-goal lead that kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, again, it's just UAH just playing real solid, honestly. I don't like. There's no flair to it, right? It's just solid. And yeah, okay, you could say, oh, it's a little bit lucky that goal came about. There was a miss from Camille. As much as I say mind games, right? There was a miss. But they've got to get to that situation. Here again, they just pepper the backboard and eventually just smack one of those home. And, I mean, yeah, GG at this point.
They're starting to run away with it here, and honestly, it feels... Look, they are stepping up, and you've got to give it to Alabama. They are taking these opportunities as and when they present themselves, but I really do feel like this is starting to become an issue with Carolina's mentality here. It seems like they're struggling. They don't feel as confident as they did at the beginning of this game, and although you can kind of see why, especially against an Alabama team that is feeling this strong, that's something you've got to make sure gets sorted coming into game 3. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at a sweep heading into game number 4.
Yeah, 45 seconds left. Like ECU, they really need a goal here. Drago might be able to provide it, but he's just bumped off it. That's so frustrating. Elliot, as UAH look to close this one out in dominant fashion. I honestly, I couldn't give you their key to this game. I couldn't tell you the specific thing that they've done well. But I gotta say, ECU doing well to get one on the board here, wrest back some momentum late on.
It's a fantastic demo from Dagger as well. Take key defender there who undoubtedly would have made the save had he still been on the pitch. But it's not going to be enough here. I mean, surely not, right? 25 seconds left on the clock. ECU down by 3. I don't think they can do it, but that doesn't mean that goal isn't still important. 15 seconds left on the clock. They don't want to concede now. If they can go into game number 3 having scored the final goal of game 2, they can at least take that as a bit of consolation, as a little bit of a confidence boost and say, look, we got the momentum now. We managed to score that final goal. We're swinging it in our favor. We can do it. You know, we struggled to get a goal in that series, but we do have one now. What can they do about it? It's going to be a real struggle, but I mean, the grand final just before this, we saw a team come back from 2 games down to take the grand final 4 games to 2. Months. I think we've lost your camera, but do we still have you in the booth?
I mean, we still got me in the booth, and look, it's at least not the most unflattering pose that I've been frozen in, so I'm okay with it. A little bit unflattering for ECU, though. Yeah. While you could say maybe they got a little bit unlucky in game number 1, I do think they were just thoroughly outplayed. I said that I couldn't quite put a nail on what exactly it was that University of Alabama were doing better, and that's because I think it's just about everything at this point, apart from maybe mechanics. And like at this point, when your team play is clicking like this, when your defense is solid like this, you don't need to be the mechanically most gifted in the lobby, right? And that's no disrespect to them either. There's been mechanics on show. I just think the peak of mechanics has come from ECU, but it literally doesn't matter at this point because UAH just keep playing solid Rocket League on offense. They're peppering the backboard. They're opening up opportunities for each other, and they're finishing them when they come their way.
That's exactly what you don't want if you're ECU as well. You built that momentum at the end of that losing game, and you've got to build on that. You've got to come out and score first, and they don't. But maybe they'll be able to tie things up equally, really quickly as well. That could be good. Onyx's gets it on target. Wanted to find the reset into the shot, but couldn't quite. The frustrating thing about this is that Carolina have so much pressure. They're developing these plays. That's a fantastic infield passing play, but they're not able to break down this Alabama defense. And honestly, it feels like they need to draw them out of defense a little bit more, because although they're putting these passing plays together, it seems to be almost always aimed at a backline that is just fully there and in the way. And ultimately, Alabama able to just absorb the pressure time and time again.
And ECU needing to respond. Needing to respond fairly quickly. Otherwise, this series is gonna get out of their grasp. And, I mean, we speak it, and it shall happen. Onyxus just snipes that. I thought it might have pinched off the defender, but it's a pretty clean win. Bar down. Defender did get a touch on the line, but that one definitely going in regardless.
That's what they needed. That is exactly what they needed here. They take an early goal, but they don't let it get like it did in game number 2. They don't concede again. They tie things straight up here in the third game of the series. Now, let's see what these two sides can do. 90 seconds in, we're going to see a big flick out of Dagger, and Josh nearly got bumped away. I'm really loving this physical play that we're seeing from both sides right now. ECU trying to build out of defense, but B-More is just at the halfway line waiting, sends it up off of the backboard, down off of the crossbar and onto Onyx's. He pretends like nothing had ever happened, just carries it out of defense. An opportunity for ECU here. Ethan, off the back of that respawn, able to come into position, get that past to Dagger, who sends it flying like a rocket from midfield, puts a dagger in the hearts of the confidence that Alabama were feeling. Oof. And puts his team in front for the first time since game 1.
Absolute banger of a bounce shot, and that's a fantastic way to take the lead, right? It's not a grinded out goal. It's a nice solid shot to get you roaring, get the comms going once again, get the spirits lifted, and I mean, gets you the lead, right? That doesn't hurt too much either. So as the game approaches halftime, ECU gonna look to close this one out, and it's their turn to show us that they have the solid defense and maybe the solid offense to put another one past UAH. They do exactly that and double their lead.
And they do so in a way that's even more important than taking the lead. All 3 players have found a goal here in this game, all of them stepping up to the plate and contributing. Onyxis, the only person to score before this game for the team in blue. Now all 3 players with a goal. They look better, they feel better. Now, we've got to see if they can defend. Can they shape up that backline? Can we see them fill up the holes in their defensive rotation and keep this Alabama side out for the latter half of game number 3? Because if they do, they've got this 2-goal cushion. It'd be really, really nice to take one back in the series.
And I mean, we saw in the last series today that a 2-game lead can disappear like that. I don't know if you could hear me clicking. I tried my best, but it can just disappear at the blink of an eye, and then suddenly you're 4-2 down after being ahead and feeling comfortable in a series. So ECU, they've definitely got hope in this one, and Alabama, they've definitely got cause to worry because ECU have looked much better here.
Really is starting to feel like history repeating itself. Let's see what we can see. Alabama, they definitely want to get an extra goal here, and they might. Camille! Oh, and that is bad news for ECU. They haven't managed to fix up those defensive errors, and now that cushion gone. They just have that 1-goal lead to defend.
The doubts are going to creep in for ECU. They're going to creep in. They've got to hold them off. They've got to fend them off. Maybe they've just got to go back to playing their game. Look for another goal. Maybe don't sit back too much and allow Alabama the backboard because they're finding it again. Another shot. This time blocked by Onyxis. Little bit of a pinch there from the defender onto the offensive player, and it's back into the corner. But here come UAH, they can't quite find a way to that backboard where they've found the success, but they will find a play upfield. The touch. Can he get a second? No. BMore denied by Onyxus. This one out to the corner. The safety, relative safety, brief safety of the corner. 1 minute remaining, splashing across our screens and the screens of the players. ECU put under the pump here as UAH push forward for that equalizer.
Goodness me, the next goal going to be... Oh my goodness, just incredibly vital here. The next goal will either tie up the game or see ECU with a 2-goal buffer pretty much guarantee themselves a win in the series. Goodness me, Ethan with a demo at the halfway line. Needs to be a little bit careful. Lot of faith that Onyxus was going to get this out and into the opposition's half here. And beautifully, professionally played in the corner, killing so much time, taking us down to just 12 seconds left on the clock to hold off Alabama. Can they do it? Well, one last try for the team in orange as Onyxus gets it clear. They're going to have to keep it up now and play it all the way out of defense if they want a chance of taking game number 3. What are we going to see at 0 seconds? BMore with possession up on the sidewall, but Ethan blocking it out, making it very, very difficult for Alabama to do anything. And that's a huge spike by Onyxus to pull one back in the series.
And I do want to highlight that slow play by Onyxus. 20 seconds or so remaining. He slowed it down. He had the opportunity to air dribble to the backboard. He had 38 boost or so in the tank. He could have just pressed down that boost button, gone over the top of a defender or two. Instead, he pretended like he was out of boost. He let the ball drop. He stayed close to that ball as well, forced a 50-50. And then he used that boost he saved to roll it up the corner and stay with it, just get another touch on it, delaying UAH even further. And that kind of stuff with just the seconds ticking down can be so incredibly frustrating for players chasing the lead. And you know it was frustrating. It's panic inducing, right? You're trying to push forward and this player just won't let go of the ball. And what, I thought he was out of boost, but somehow he's taking it up the sidewall. So huge play from Onyxus there. Okay, not like winning the game right there, but definitely strengthening his team's chances. Ethan with a big save at the start of this one.
We saw Alabama take a 2-game lead. They couldn't quite make it 3. ECU right back in this series. We are 2-1 overall in this best of 7 grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, ECU gold. Now a goal down in game 4. A game down in the series. This is the grand final of the Challenger division of NECC. And Camille going to be pretty happy to open up the scoring.
This is bad for ECU, right? It's not horrible. They've got the game. They've got their first game of the series, which means even if they lose this, it's still only 2 games down. Yeah, they'll have to win 3 in a row, basically a best of 5 reverse sweep. But all of that out of the way, right? You really wanted to score first after having a good game number 3, after wresting back a little bit of honor, a little bit of respect back in the series. Well, pre-flip from Dagger there nearly made an interesting touch. But Camille with the drop down. Josh is there to meet it, and the bang at the top corner. It's not to be. It's off the crossbar. And now Onyx has just rushed that counterattack a little bit too much. Won't get back to the 50-50. But Dagger here, looking for a double. Not to be. Ethan, will he find the infield? He will, but it's a little bit too far forward, and there was no one there to follow regardless.
God, these teams starting to pop now, aren't they? Any touch is a threat at this point in the game. The nerves really have seemed to settle down right now. We're seeing the occasional mistake, of course, but there are always mistakes. That's the whole point, right? If neither team ever made a mistake, there would never be a winner. We'd just have endless OT. Oh my goodness. And I don't know if that would be even more stressful than this already is somehow. So don't give us that. 2 minutes into game number 4, and there's only 1 goal separating these two sides at the moment, favoring Alabama, but ECU could get one back at any moment.
BMore taking this moment right here to get one more ahead, denying ECU the comeback chance, at least right now. Got a little ways to go. They've got some time, but it's going to be a lot of work because this University of Alabama team, they seem to be back to where they were in games number 1 and 2.
Camille especially needs so much credit for that goal, chasing Dagger into his own goal mouth, and Dagger couldn't get around the disruption play in time to make the save. And that's the thing about the physical plays, right? Is it doesn't even matter a lot of the time whether you make contact or not, whether you bump, whether you demo. What matters is how vital is that player to the game, because just getting close enough to them is going to either force them to change route or distract them in some way. And right there, prime example, Dagger unable to get the touch in time to keep it out of his net, even though he avoided the actual physicality of the play. And Alabama double their lead here with just over 2 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, goodness. Another chance. Going by. Onyx's, though, denying it. Can't get back to that ball, which means the counterattack coming quickly. Be more with the opportunity. Can't find the angle. Sprays it wide across both posts, rather. And Onyx is having to do a lot of work on defense. So I'm pushing forward in the opening games, liking to get forward, liking to get into those creative front third opportunities, but it's not to be. All the resources used to make saves, get clears, and follow up with 50s. Just here, he's just got to play the ball away. He'd even had 90 in the tank leading up to that, but had to use a lot of it just to get back into position. So it's so difficult for ECU to break out with any kind of intent right now when most of their boost is being used just in these big clear and chase situations. Although they've got an opportunity here, the double tap off the corner. Onyx is into the infield, but the third player's nowhere near. Ethan's all the way back in his own net, and he's still going to struggle to get up to that. He does so and keeps his team in the game for now, but something's got to change quick for ECU.
Very quick as well, because it's sheer luck that it's not 3 right now. Be more missing that open net. That would have certainly cemented victory here in the third game. Oh my goodness, the crossbar coming in clutch for Alabama right there. And a rule 1 in the corner. I don't know if that was intentionally broken or not. We'll have to have the umpire look into that one. Mods, admins, pause the game and we'll have a quick look back at that. But in the meantime, we've got less. Just exactly 30 seconds remaining here in game number 4. Oh my goodness, ECU throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this Alabama defense, but finding no reprieve whatsoever. And it looks like we might be going to game 5 with championship point in favor of UAH.
Yeah, unless this pinches in somehow. Oh goodness, we did get a bit of a pinch with some power on it, but not Goldwood's, unfortunately. But that had gone in. We could have seen some kickoff shenanigans and maybe a set piece, but it's not to be. UAH take their third game, sit themselves on match points, and they'll have 3 of those. Championship points, I should call them. Keep forgetting to call them championship points. It's a championship game, ladies and gentlemen.
You just don't expect it to still be grand finals. We've already had 2 done and dusted. We're in our 3rd one of the evening, and we've got championship
another one
point
as
They've
well.
Got 3. They've got 3 championship points, and we've still got the tippy top, the NECC National Grand Finals. But goodness, what a performance from the University of Alabama at Huntsville. They have stepped up big time and halted any momentum that East Carolina were developing after game number 3. And what a test of mental fortitude this is right now for both sides, but particularly ECU.
So, okay. It's crunch time, right? It can be very difficult to finish your dinner sometimes, and University Alabama in Huntsville, they're at that point where they've left all of the not so tasty morsels of their dinner on the plate. Now they've got to finish it off right at the end before they can go and have their fun, have their celebration. The thing is, their play style, it feels so consistent to me. ECU, I think, maybe relies a little bit on confidence and feeling good and feeling a little bit spicy. We're seeing the mechanics come out, seeing the passing plays, and they're not feeling comfortable. We're not seeing their peak, right? Alabama, I don't even think they have to be feeling good individually for this play style to work. Again, they find the backboard, there's someone there to follow, and they take the lead.
The defensive errors really costing ECU here as well. Just so uncomfortable at the back line. One player makes a mistake. There's no one within reach to get one back. Oh my goodness. But get one back they will immediately. Dagger tying things up after a game without a goal for ECU.
And we talk about momentum and confidence and this ECU team feeling good. A flip reset pass off the post into a finish. That's one way to get your confidence up, right? Get your mechanics feeling good. If they can harness that, they can come back and win this series. And that's a high fly. I have no idea how that hasn't gone in. The explosions blinded us. I thought that was a certain goal. Instead, it's down the other end. And Alabama take the lead once more. Absolute heartbreak for ECU.
Oh no, oh no, oh this is, oh no. Oh goodness, a three-man passing play between B-More and two of the East Carolina defenders. That's one of the most painful own goals you could conceive of.
Goodness. Goodness.
Oh no.
Tie above the, I think we just move on. Tie above the ECU net. Ethan's turning this into a counter-attack. 90 seconds gone by. ECU with, okay, it feels like a lot to do, right? But it is only one goal down, despite the unfortunate nature of it. They've got every chance. We've seen them pop off. We've seen them have moments. Will this be another one right here? It's awkward for B-More, made even more so with the bump. And Onyx is there to capitalize on the space provided by Dagger. Oh my goodness. That's beautiful.
Exactly what they needed as well. Come on, ECU. They've managed to pull it back again at a vital moment, because that is a heartbreaking own goal to concede, and it would have been so easy, championship point down, to just get your heads down and to be stuck in the mud after that. But they've gotten one back. They tie things up once again, and it's only been 2 minutes. There's a long way left to go, and particularly with that championship point hanging over your head.
And Alabama, if they drop this game, which, I mean, it's the only way in for ECU, right? They've got to win. But if Alabama drop this game, they'll definitely be thinking, oh, can we, maybe we're choking. Are we choking, guys? And especially if the next goal goes in the next game for ECU, then, you know, the route might be fully underway. But, as you say, plenty of time remaining. We cross halfway. ECU maybe trying to wrest back that momentum that we thought they had momentarily before that own goal. They seem to have reset well, and right now all three players from UAH having to track back and look for boosts, and they've given up possession of the ball. Onyxus putting it midfield, but it is cut away. That infield pass, huge! Ethan with the shot, but it's denied. Big save from Josh.
Huge save from Josh. They're doing so well to keep this all square, and Ethan required with a huge save at the other end as well. Another minute shaved off the clock as Ethan. Oh my goodness, he has got his goalkeeping gloves on today, but he can't be there for the third time in a row. He needs his teammates. Come on, guys, what are you doing?
And again, Alabama are just relentless, right? They just keep smacking that backboard, and it's so difficult to deal with. You can't let one ball hit the backboard unimpeded, so you've got to go for it. You've got to use boost to try and get it clear, and if you do, they just hit it there again. And if it's not at the backboard, it's at the top corner. Ethan required 3 separate times there to get that one clear. And even then, even with those wonder saves, there's just not enough boost on the pitch for the defense to get back and get it clear yet another time. And eventually, you're forced to capitulate. UAH, I'm so impressed with this playstyle. There's no reliance on an individual player, which means any player at any point in time can be having a bad day, can be having a bad game, and it just doesn't matter.
Just over a minute on the clock. East Carolina University Gold down by 1. Championship point down in the series. It's do or die time. University of Alabama at Huntsville with that 1-goal lead, trying to find a cushion here and put this game to bed. Trying to hold up on defense as well. The hands must be shaking. The sweat starting to make their grip that little bit looser on their controllers as Onyx turns up in midfield, finds some boost and possession over the ball here. He makes it awkward for Josh. Josh getting that bump back. Does steal possession and just shaves further time off of this already dying clock. What can these teams do? Alabama can't get it clear. That's a beautiful pass across. Ethan not quite in position, but that bump, that's a huge bump. It's surely, it's going to be in the back of the net. Ethan sends it home, and we're all tied up with 26 seconds left on the
Oh, they've been pushing forward. The bump comes in and no one is expecting it for UAH, and they're caught out. They've just got to watch that ball roll into the open net. ECU refusing to die, refusing to go gently into that good night. And right now, looking to go ahead and maybe eke out a winner in regular time. They've got a chance with the defense. Clear it all the way down. If it's on target, it might be a goal, but Ethan gets back in time. 10 seconds remaining. The team bumps. It's shenanigans on the goal line. Finally, Dagger gets it clear, but Camille won't let him out. Ethan, big clear downfield. The ball does drop, and I got to settle down because we've got an overtime.
Oh my God, we've all got to settle down and see you, most of all. Settle down right now. The nerves, their hearts must be pounding in their chests right now. Golden goal scenario. Alabama score, and they win the championship right here. ECU score. They've still got a long way to go, but that's the road they need to tread right now. Let's see if they can do it. Moving the ball downfield. Onyx is putting that pressure on Josh, and Dagger is up errantly in midfield. That's left them open. The shot's wide, but the pressure's still on. Camille looks inside to a teammate, and the save isn't there. Oh, it's pain for ECU, but it's victory for the University of Alabama.
Goodness gracious me. I mean, we said it's hard to finish your dinner, and it looked like it might be a little bit more difficult than we expected, but University of Alabama clutched it up, right? Late on in that game, they came back, they went ahead, they dropped behind. It was shenanigans, it was crazy, it was dramatic, but in the end, they persevered, and I gotta say, I've got to give them credit. That play style, so difficult to break down, so difficult to defend against. And again, it's kind of like keeping your own fate in your hands, because even if you're having a bad day, even if you're making mistakes, that play style just so solid. It helps the whole team rise. I can't even think of a huge standout player on the team, right? They just all showed up equally as big at different times, and yeah, in the end, clutched it out.
Yeah, I honestly, what could you say about that other than fully agree? And do you know what? If I was forced at gunpoint to pick a player out there, I think for me it has to be Camille. It's not a lot, right? Their play style is almost perfect because they have this really good three-man involvement all the way through. But Camille just stepping up in crucial moments, getting those turnarounds, making the plays downfield, finding the gaps in that defensive rotation and doing what needed to be done in vital moments. So I had to, I'd say Camille, but overall just an all-round team effort from the University of Alabama in Huntsville. And God, what a victory to be proud of right there from them.
Unreal performance. I mean, again, game number one, I looked at ECU. I saw the mechanics on show. I saw the passing plays. We said, even though they took that loss in game number one, they looked so close to putting it all together, and they looked maybe more impressive. I kind of, it was a bit rough. I was a bit rough on Alabama. I said they were out mechanicked, but that their play style was kind of lessening the damage. I did think ECU would have it in them to make a comeback. They almost did. I mean, it took an overtime right at the end to defeat them, to stop it, to halt it. But, oh my goodness, what a performance by Alabama. Hugely clutch. And I got to say, that's a big part of it, right? Clutch. Yeah. You can say as much as you want, the play style, like stopping your players from having a bad day. And if they are, it kind of just glosses over it. But at the end of the day, you've got to make those finishes. You've got to take those chances. And they were doing that. And that does take clutch factor. That does take individual proficiency. And they just showed it. I'm just so impressed. I'm so impressed by that match.
Huge performance from University of Alabama there. And, well, that's the end of that series. Could there be more content? Well, we're going to have B-More in for an interview after this short break. Don't go anywhere, because we are going to have one of the champions of Challenger Division in the booth with us right after this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NECC. I'm joined by none other than Bmore from our new champion team, the University of Alabama in Huntsville. And Bmore, you said you're feeling pretty good right about now.
I am ecstatic. I'm so excited. We worked really hard for this, and I'm just glad it panned out because we weren't expecting this to go this well at all.
Okay, so it wasn't all sunshine and lollipops the whole way through that series. And I was saying throughout the entire series that you guys were really playing with a style that made it so easy as a team to just play well, right? Even if someone wasn't making the touches needed, the offense was just clicking, your spacing's fantastic. And then it started to falter a little bit, and then we got to game 5, and it was a bit of a slow start. But then you just stood up and scored 4 goals. Do you wanna tell us about how you were feeling through that game?
I don't remember most of it because I was in the zone, luckily. But I remember. I think that was the game where 4 goals were just given. Like we gave them 2 goals, they gave us 2 goals, and it all worked out for us at least. And it was even for the mistakes, and then we just had the edge for the team play, I think.
It's so interesting to me that you come out here as champions of the Challenger division, and you're like, we had no idea that was going to go that well, honestly.
We had hopes. We didn't want to let ourselves believe.
Right. So actually, that is exactly my question, right? It's like, so you didn't want to let yourself believe, but then how do you maintain that confidence, right? If you've got to on some level believe you can do it, right?
Well, when people were scaring me in the Twitch chat last night saying ECU was going to sweep us. And then I saw them in our messages before the match, and I did indeed confirm that we did play them in the past and we did win, which gave me a little smidgen of confidence, but I was still shaking the whole series. I can't believe there weren't more mistakes. We were playing probably the best we've played ever together, and it was awesome to be able to bring that out on the the grand finals, big stage or whatever. I was so excited.
I mean, we could tell you're excited.
Yeah,
Chat,
yeah.
honestly, Bmore easily the most excited person to join the green room after the series. The others were like, oh yeah, I just need to figure out the technical issues. And Bmore came in, he's like, oh goodness, yeah. Oh yeah, how you doing? Good? Yeah, I'm shaking. Like, yeah, I'm here for it. I love the enthusiasm. I love the excitement. But I do want to bring us back down a little bit. We've got something a little bit serious to talk about. We've got a spreadsheet here, ladies and gentlemen. On the spreadsheet, we've got some information about the players and the teams and whatnot. We do have this interesting fact, which the players have provided. And Bmore's is, I play Rocket League in NECC. So Bmore, could you tell us a bit more about that, please?
So in the fall, I put something actually interesting, I believe. And it was never mentioned. And then I was like, okay, well, I can't think of something this spring because I was signing up all 3 of our teams, or making sure they were getting signed up. They were doing the work, but I was just like poking and prodding them. So I didn't like take the time to think about it myself, especially because I was the first person to enter in my details. I was just like, I don't know. This will be kind of funny. And
you just already used up my entire armory of interesting facts with that one last year. But honestly, Bmore, love having you on here. Congratulations, Challenger champions. Absolutely sensational, fantastic performance. Do you have anyone you want to shout out quickly before we go?
All right, I got a little bit of a list here. First of all, thank you to Kyle. He was on our main roster in spring. And when we felt good on Sunday and we felt like we could, keep up the good play, he sat out, and even though he was supposed to play Monday and Tuesday. So thank you a ton for him doing that, because obviously it went well, even though he sat out and he wasn't playing. But, and then thank you to my boss for letting me out like 2 hours early, or no, 4 hours early yesterday on my first day of work to get to the tournament.
Big shout out to Bmore's boss. Goodness me.
Yeah, he clutched up. But then my parents for watching, my sister, my friends, and everybody who's supporting me, and I definitely couldn't have done it without them because they definitely gave me some confidence. So I'm happy with
Amazing.
everything.
Thank you so much for coming and talking to us, Be More. It's been an absolute pleasure. Go and enjoy the rest of your night, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Be More from the University of Alabama in Huntsville, and what a performance that was. And you know, I love that everyone we've spoken to tonight is just like, oh, this person's watching, my family's watching, my team's watching, like everyone's honestly, I just feel like we don't get enough of that community support from real world people that often in Rocket League, and it's just, yeah, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, look, and I think it's warranted, right? We're seeing Rocket League gain in popularity. We're seeing legitimate positive outcomes for players, for even people just in the scene as a career and for work. So it's huge to see that real world support, so to speak. And yeah, you love to see it.
Absolutely. And immense time for Uni of Alabama to step up and play their best Rocket League. Like he said, what a moment to not just crumble under pressure, right? It's a bit of a cliche. Diamonds are formed under pressure, and wow, they stepped up and proved right there that they deserve that champion spot. But we are not done yet. The banquet, not quite over. And Munts, I hope you saved room for dessert, because we have saved the sweetest till last. The NECC National Championship Grand Final. Coming up after a very short break, we'll be bringing you the final best of 7 of the evening. Columbia College Navy going head to Northwood Blue. And believe me, you do not want to miss this. Welcome back for the final time this evening, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC Nationals Grand Final. And we've got Columbia College Navy going head-to-head with Northwood Blue. But let's take a recap of the evening, because this isn't the only Grand Final we've had. We've had 3 so far, approaching our 4th. We kicked off a few hours ago with NEC Grims taking a clean sweep over SMC Roadrunners. Dalhousie coming back from 2-0 down against the Lincoln Land Loggers to win 4-2 in the Emergent Division Grand Final. Moving up to the Challenger Division, we had ECU Gold struggle to come from behind and ultimately put down by the University of Alabama. And now, our final and highest tier of Rocket League in NECC, the NECC Nationals, and I believe one of the teams is on a time crunch, so if we move through this a little bit quicker, I do apologize, but we're going to try and get to the action quickly. We just have one pretty impressive statistic from both sides to show you, as our producer brings this up on screen. Months, I mean, look at these records this season.
Unreal. Between the two of them, 1 series lost.
Like,
what else?
46 as well. Like, not just a pitiful handful of series. 46 series between them. 47, sorry. And one of them dropped.
Goodness. And then you look at the game record as well. 11 games dropped. It's still an 86% or nearly 87% win rate. Game win rate. 90% there as well. Like, it's just, these are 2 giants. They're just 2 giants. There's no David. There's no Goliath. I don't know what's bigger than Goliath. Megaliath. There's 2 of them.
Megaliath. This is the Bible story that we've all really wanted. It's battle of the heavyweights right now here at the end of the NECC season. 175 teams entered. Only 2 still remain. We have 3 division champions. Now, we need a set of national champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the final Grand Final of the day. Columbia Navy, Northwood Blue, the teams in blue and orange respectively. And this one is going to be an absolute banger.
I mean, we talked about mechanics, we talked about team plays. We're about to be treated to all of it. It's going to be a time, and it's already started. We're seeing bumps, we're seeing aerial plays, we're seeing rockets to the bottom corner, and big saves abound. Just buckle up, folks. It's about to get crazy. Cam nearly starting us out, but the crossbar denying.
No early goals here. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? Goodness me. Every single game 1 we've had tonight has been so tight. Oh, the disruption plays. I cannot wait to see just how many demos and bumps we see coming out from these players. Just a multitude flying out right now. Oh, it's beautiful. We're seeing the most physical play that we've seen all night, and it's only been a minute.
A minute gone. No goals just yet. They've come close. Lucky on the back corner. That's awkward, and that's a redirect and a half from Pirates. It's to the crossbar. I think it might have been crossbar down and in, so it needed a save to be made, and they got exactly that. Cam's awkward, but he's recovered well. The shot comes in. Cryptic's on the near post, going to deal with it, and Cosmic Flippy goes up for it, looks for his namesake, but can't find it. Gets the bounce shot off the ground on the drop and grabs that boost, is able to turn back on it. The pre-flip's going to let him go up, but he's only got 20 in the tank. It's on target. The miss comes in. Oh, it's posting out off the inside of it even. It's getting close. We talked about fine margins earlier in the day, but that's 2 from the woodwork. Make that 3. It's a little bit, maybe a bit generous to call that off the woodwork, but look, it was a goal-scoring opportunity.
Oh, Columbia College with so much pressure here. Northwood trying to get out of their own half, but failing. And I don't know how they're not a goal down, honestly, but at this level, it does not matter who has the pressure and who doesn't. It just matters who's going to clinch those opportunities when they arrive. And right now, Northwood able to absorb this Columbia pressure. Can they get one back? Quick transition out of midfield here. Buddy trying to carry the ball forward in the air, but no such luck. Cryptic into midfield. A quick turnaround affords Buddy the opportunity to take this up onto the backboard, looking for the double himself. Thinks better of it and lets Pirates come up. X marks the spot. The top corner found for Northwood Blue.
That was about the toppest of corners. The toppest and most cornerist of corners. My goodness, that's an opening goal for us. Northwood, 1 goal to the good now, starting us off with a bang. And let's see if this game, after a goalless first half, starts to open up here in the second with the first one going through. Columbia having to maybe extend a little bit, but right now they're having a lockdown on defense, although they've got the counter-attack. But he's going to be awkward by himself, does pick up that corner boost, has 100 in the tank. A little bit of a headlock there, but it's not to be. This one's going to go off. It's a double tap opportunity, but Buddy pre-jumps it, controls it, and gets it out wide.
Oh, not quite. Columbia Navy, they have most of the pressure here, but none of the goals. And a fake there from Cam. Oh, and he looks for the disruption on the goal line, doesn't find it. Northwood Blue get away with it again, and that quick pinch almost sneaks in. Cryptic keeping it locked down at the back line for Columbia Navy, but they're going to need more than defense. They need to find one back for themselves. Just 1 goal in it here. A minute 20 left on the clock. Months, these two teams so evenly matched.
But he's going to steer this one wide at the last. I wanted to talk about the stat real quick. Okay, I can go. My inside sources have told me to make those stats that we saw before the series even more impressive. Just going to wait for this play to play out to make them even more impressive. It turns out Northwood only lost via forfeit. They weren't even beaten on the pitch for that single series loss. So again, inside sources have told me that. I definitely didn't just read it from Slew in chat.
40 seconds left, and both of these teams actually, as you point out, unbeaten in series, at least on the pitch. One of them's going to have to lose here, though. The grand final of the NECC Nationals. These two teams separated by a single goal, and is that about to become none? No, it's not. A demo and a clear might afford Northwood the opportunity to go up by 2 here. A 50 working out for Columbia Navy. They don't have much time left, so they're going to have to try and find the back of the net. That's off the backboard. Cosmic Clippy sends it to Cam off of the backboard. Cryptic with the good 50, but he can't send it home to a teammate. And we're going to have to keep this up. 1 bounce before the final second. Pirates is down. The ball is down. And Northwood Blue take game 1 by a single goal.
Goodness. Yeah, so that was pretty close. I think Cam, it was on the goal line, did take a touch as the shot came in, and while you can kind of count it as like a team save, I do think it was going to be cleared away by the defense. But if he just found a little bit of a cushion touch into the opposite corner, we could have been seeing an overtime, but that was fun. That was fun. That was what I expected, right? We saw pure shenanigans on show here in this grand final.
I can't believe it. Columbia looked so strong. They had all of the pressure. They had the ball in Northwood's half for like a minute and a half straight at one point in that game, but they could not break them down. And the team in orange is the team named Blue. They win by 1 goal. And you'd have to think, I mean, that's the 4th time in a row, by the way, that we've had the first game separated by just 1 goal. So close here tonight with these grand finals, but you gotta think 1 goal, surely not going to be enough in the other games. And
look, game 1, it can be these close kind of cagey feeling out affairs, but often you see one team blow out the other one. And I think in both cases, it's super difficult to make any kind of statement on how the rest of the series is going to go out, especially like this, when it does come down to such fine margins. And I'm just so excited to whatever happens. We nearly saw a kickoff goal from Hockey, but not to be just yet. I was headed towards the top corner, but denied by the defense.
Cosmic Flippy and Cam. Yeah. No, you just sort of felt that coming. They seemed so awkward. Trying to take this out straight down the center of the pitch is always going to be rough. And Hockey, perfectly positioned. And they're picking out the top corner so perfectly.
He really liked that top corner. He had like 2 shots in 15 seconds, really nestled up into it. They managed to get 1 away, but 2 just 1 too many. And right now, Northwood 1 up. 1 goal to the good. Into the driver's seat. I'll be looking to move ahead even more, and Hockey's picked up that mid boost excellently. So the flip off the ceiling, it's actually on target. I thought he was going for the backboard double, but two players needed. Oh, the bump unneeded as well. Hockey was coming out looking for it, but Pirates puts enough on it that finds the back of the net unaided.
Only found a single goal in game one, but they've already got two here in the second game of this grand final, and it's not even been 40 seconds yet. I mean, Northwood really built on that game one win.
Buddy now looking to wrap it around his defensive corner. Hockey up. Cosmic Flippy putting a little bit of pressure on, and Cryptic's going to get a chance to get a second touch here. Does find it. Oh, that's an awkward angle for Buddy, and he turns it in. My goodness, that's a goal from nothing. I was just about to take a look down at my notes to see if there was anything relevant to talk about, and this was in the back of the net.
Just inches off of proper positioning there. He sneaks a tiny bit too far out. And that's what costs him. He can't turn it back to get the save away from the front post. Ends up tipping it into his own net. And not a way you want to give Colombia a route back into the series. They had not scored in this grand final until then, and now they're going to have some confidence. Let's see if they can build on that coming forward once again here. Pirates and Hockey just chilling out at their back line, trying to bait out this blue team, but they want to be careful not to give up too much pressure here in their own territory. Cryptic. Uncomfortable here. That's really awkward indeed, but Cosmic Flippy does manage to get it away, and a break down the right-hand side could be exactly what the Doctor ordered. No boost. Almost able to fake out the defense, but Northwood Blue hold it together for now.
You said that Colombia were yet to score in the grand final up to that point. I mean, there is an argument to be made that they're still yet to score.
True.
Since goodness.
Oh, no. Oh, goodness.
Yep, that's definitely a goal. Just so you guys know.
That's,
It's a rough one. It's a rough one.
GG's go next.
I mean, there's still 3 minutes, Elliot. There's plenty of time for Colombia in this one. We know they have it in them to come back, but it's so rough when you give a team like Northwood those soft goals, and when it really takes almost a perfect game against this team to take the win. In a single game, let alone a series. So when you're kind of giving them gifts freely unwrapped, then yeah, it's going to make things very difficult for yourself. Okay, they've defended well here, but they really need to shut down these midfield plays, and they do exactly that. They dunk it down. Cam's upfield lurking, but he can't find the redirect towards the backboard. That's a play off the backboard, but it's dealt with. And we're going to head down the other end after the clear by Pirates. Maybe even a goal. It's a passing play. The fake comes in. Oh, but he can't cut it and get it around the corner.
That should have been a goal there for Northwood Blue. I don't think they anticipated just how well that passing play was going to come together. Colombia get away with it a little bit. They're still down by 2. A lot of work to be done, but that could very easily have been a 4-1 scoreline. 2 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time to get 2 goals, but we're going to have to see them step up, because at the moment, Northwood Blue definitely looking like the stronger of these two sides.
2 minutes remaining, though. Plenty of time for those 2 goals. Colombia's going to try and work their way in from their own half, but just giving away possession here. Cam's using a lot of resources just to keep that at midfield, and in the end doesn't even manage that. Corner boost is there for Colombia, so if they can pick that up, which they're not going to be able, Cam will get back and take it and look to take control of the ball off the backboard. He's got the air dribble now. Needs to get it over. Flip reset comes in, but Buddy reads it like a book. We'll get a touch here. It's awkward, but the dunk comes in from Cosmic Flippy. The pass, it's actually a direct shot on net, but not quite fast enough. Oh, there's opportunities to be had, but they're just unexpected. When Northwood do finally make an error, they've been so solid up to that point, you can't foresee it. You can't even react to it in time because it's so unexpected.
Just over a minute here. Oh my goodness, Hockey reacts well. Sneaks it into the corner. That little safety blanket for the defense right now. Oh my goodness, Cam, come on, you've got to put that in the back of the net. That would have brought it within 1. With under 60 seconds left on the clock. It's got to be here. Cryptic can't do it. Cam can't do it either. Cosmic Flippy's flipping it all the way back into defense. Buddy's looking for that double. But Cosmic Flippy is there to hold down the fort, at least momentarily. Quick transition into offense here for Columbia Navy. They need to find a goal and they need it fast. Months, 30 seconds left on the clock in game 2. Northwood still with that 2-goal buffer.
Northwood's transition so powerful right now. They're picking up the ball in their back corner. They're just playing it to a play that's lurking in midfield to doink it onwards or redirect it towards the backboard or another play. Here again, the transition's just so quick, taking up time. They're not defending. They're not throwing the ball away. They're meeting it in at halfway. And look, they're setting up goal-scoring opportunities with 5 seconds remaining. Cosmic Flippy's got to do something with this. Never mind, Cam takes over. Does he hit the double? He can't find the angle, but his teammate can find the goal at the last. Oh my goodness, what a way to score.
What a way to score, but yeah, exactly right. Like just at the
Unfortunately.
last. Oh my goodness. Just 1 second after it might have been useful. That is pain right there for Columbia College Navy. But that silver lining is that they scored last, right? They are, in some sense, and in the sense that they have to take this in, they are the team with the momentum right now. So after losing the first 2 games, they're struggling. They're in struggle town. But there's a glimmer of hope here. That was their first goal that they actually put in the back of the orange net as well. So that's going to give them some confidence heading into game 3.
It was a banger as well. Just needed to be, a second or 2 earlier.
Or a minute or 2
a second or 2 earlier to be very hype off the kickoff. Because there's such things, ladies and gentlemen, as kickoff shenanigans. I don't know if you've heard about them. The only set piece in Rocket League. My goodness. Watch out. Watch out for them.
Kickoff shenanigans, TM.
Kickoff shenanigans, TM. If I hear any other caster use that phrase, I'm suing. I'm telling you right now. You can't see me. I'm pointing at the camera.
5 minutes.
Oh. Oof.
Wow. 5 seconds into this. And they've already got the lead again. That momentum, any momentum that Columbia could have taken out of game 2, just rammed down their throats. No, you don't. Say Northwood.
And again, it's a soft goal, right? Like, yeah, it's from the kickoff. Not quite direct off it, but direct enough. But there's got to be someone. The ball's got to go past someone before it goes into the back of the net. If you're going to beat this team, like, at least give yourself an opportunity to make the save. Like, easier said than done. They're extremely quick, they're extremely mechanical, and they hit that ball hard, but you just need someone in defense, right? Oh, goodness, the snipe out of mid-air. Pirates almost getting on the end of it. That would have been a wonder goal. The bumps come in, and oh my goodness, nothing soft about this. It's all hard physicality coming in. And Buddy finds the goal.
Hey, Buddy. He's picked a good time to start scoring goals. Nothing in games 1 or 2. Already 2 here in the opening 40 seconds of game number 3. And look, I just quickly, you'll allow me a digression to cast your memories back to the second series of the night where we saw Dalhousie Black go 2 games down in their grand final matchup. And Lincoln Loggers scored first in game 3 as well. We all know how that ended. Dalhousie with that 4-2 win in the grand final. There is still hope for Columbia Navy. But it's not something they want to... This is not a situation they can let get much worse.
I mean, it can't get... I mean, it can always get worse against Northwood. But at this point, like, this is worst case scenario right now. Northwood looking good, feeling good, ahead by 2, and looking to go onto match point, onto championship point, and have 4 of them in their pocket, right? That, for me, that we're approaching worst case scenario for Columbia. Thankfully for them, they've still got, over 3 minutes to go, and they've got the ball on offense here, but the demo comes in, Hockey plays it off the backboard, and that offense gonna break down. Cryptic can only throw it away and chase with 0 boost. 12 pad picked up, the penny in the bank, but I mean, you're not getting much of an interest on that, are you? No.
2 minutes in, 2 goals in for Northwood Blue. Make that 3. Hockey! Or up off of the hockey sticks there. No third goal. Almost an opportunity for Columbia to bring one back. And just give us a sense, like, how do you maintain a strong mental game right now if you're Columbia?
I mean, can you?
Right?
Can you? Is it possible? when any little mistake you make seems to be punished ruthlessly, and then not just that, but then you're making some big mistakes occasionally, and then they're getting punished ruthlessly as well. It's rough out there. You're hitting the post, you're getting opportunities. I find us we're saying a lot of the time there's almost an opportunity. Oh, he almost had a chance to shoot. That's it, Northwood. They're shutting down those opportunities before they truly become dangerous. Just like this, Cam looking speedy up that side wall, gets a double tap, but it's just shut down before it can come in field. And here we go, down the other end. Pirates looking for the double tap. It's denied. Buddy dives in as well, but it's played away. Here's Cosmic. Here's a chance. That's a definite opportunity. Unfortunately, it's played away. Hockey with the read from the backboard.
I tell you what, look, if you got points for creating opportunities, Columbia Navy would be doing a lot better in this series, but you don't.
Oh!
You got to put a goal over the line. You cannot count on just having pressure, on just making opportunities. You have to capitalize, and Columbia unable to do so right now. Northwood Blue, they can smell that $3,750 prize pool just a couple games away here, potentially looking to cut. Surely we're not going to see a clean sweep in the NECC National Grand Final.
Oh, Hockey, I thought for a moment was going to look for that. Pirates turns back and going to get flicked to the moon. Buddy there to make sure of it. Just such good control around that corner. My goodness. Looked to like dribble. It looked like a ground dribble, but sideways around the corner. And then the flick comes in and it goes over the top of the defender. Just brilliant stuff there from Buddy. Alleviating all the pressure. That's chilling. Hard chilling on Northwood right now with 40 seconds remaining.
Buddy. Awkward in midfield, but given enough time to maintain possession and fire up a shot. Trying to snipe one from downtown. Not going to find goal number 3 here. That would have been the nail in the coffin for Columbia Navy here in Game 3. And not looking too promising either way. They need a goal right now. They can't find one at 0 seconds again if they want to get back into this. That's sent wide. Cryptic even, in the corner. But that's it. That spells the end of game number 3. They can't find 2 goals now. Northwood Blue take a 3-game lead in the grand final and move on to game number 4. Not again. Look, I said not at 0 seconds, Columbia. It's not enough.
I mean, they're scoring nice goals. It's a fantastic little team passing play, and then the double tap is sublime. I could have gotten exactly as hyped about that one as I did the last one, but it's just, that was way past the 0 second mark. Like, at least make it close. Come on, Columbia. You've got that in you, right? Just do that more. Lol. Just win. Just score.
So infuriating. And 4 championship points right now to Northwood Uni Blue. Unbelievable performance from them right here in the NECC Nationals Grand Final. Is there anything Columbia can do at this point?
They're just looking overrun, right? They're looking overrun. Their only chances are at 0 seconds when the game's already away from them. And they're conceding kickoff goals. They don't right here, which is a huge start. They need a 50-50 off the beginning. They get that. My goodness, not enough pace to make it in, but that's a good start. That's a solid start. Just win 50-50s, lol. Just dunk the opponents into the back of the net, and you'll be fine. But no, in all seriousness, Northwood right now are just playing at an absolutely frenetic pace. Like, Columbia are just struggling to keep up with them. They're struggling to defend their backboard. And then when they do put someone on the backboard, the infield passes are coming in. The dribble plays are coming in, and it's just so difficult because the variability, the creativity of offense right now from Northwood is just at a next level.
Deep breath. Deep breath for everyone, for us, the viewers, for Columbia Navy, especially right now. It's the Nationals Grand Final, and they have to reverse sweep. And they have to reverse sweep Northwood Blue. And they have to reverse sweep Northwood Blue from a goal down in Game 4. This is the worst conceivable position.
Yeah. Okay, they didn't concede the kickoff goal. That's a positive. It almost took a minute for Northwood to score in this particular game. Fortunately, that's just not... I don't feel like that's a platform to build on. That could have been. Cryptic, turn on that, please. Okay, he's managed it, but he's not getting back. And that ball, it was going towards the bottom corner. If it was going towards the top, it would have made its way in, but it does so anyway. Hockey there again. It's just relentless here from Northwood. Like, how do you can't.
I have no words. There's nothing I need to say. Just look at them.
Just look.
just look. That's unbelievable. Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious me. There's no coming back from this. This team is unreal.
That's an angle as well. And I mean, who is it? It's Cam in the corner. He can't even be expecting a Northwood player to be there, let alone be like there with the momentum and just shooting like that so quickly. It's so difficult to adjust. And again, that's a different kind of offense. We haven't seen those kind of passes to the corner for a shot. It's the first goal of its kind in this series. So how do you predict this Northwood team? How do you adapt defensively? I don't think you can at this point. You've just got to try to figure out your own game, try to find boost for yourself, and try to put the pressure on them on the defensive end. Unfortunately, 3 minutes remaining, 3 goals down, and 4 match points going against you. Even if you figure that out, you've still got to rely on a whole lot of luck to beat them in 4 consecutive games.
Oh, they're not going to go 4-0 down here. Columbia Navy in Struggle Town. I mean, if they were already in Struggle Town, then I don't know where they are right now. Struggle City. Oh, goodness me. Can they find a single goal? If they can, maybe. Maybe there is the smallest crumb of hope. Oh, no. Fates like that are not helping them either. That's just a mentality breaker right there.
Yeah, it hurts. It really hurts getting faked, especially when chasing a lead. Just, oh, goodness. All right, yep. Well, that's gone. I guess I'll rotate back and hide my tears. But, okay, 2.5 minutes. Still a possibility.
Oh, no.
Itty. Still a possibility. But a very slight one at this point.
Wow. I mean, props to Columbia for sticking with this. This is rough. Halfway through game 4. 4 championship points in favor of Northwood Blue, who find themselves 4 goals up with a clean sheet thus far. I mean, what a position to be in. Let's give them some credit for a second.
Absolutely.
That's unreal.
Absolutely. And I don't look at this as Columbia playing badly whatsoever, right? Like, yeah, okay, there was some mistakes early on in the series given soft goals to Northwood, but again, those mistakes do come from Northwood's relentless pressure, from them constantly stealing that corner boost, looking for the bumps, just making it uncomfortable, forcing the resource usage out of Columbia on defense. And then when you're out of resources, you're looking for pads, you're coming up at balls awkwardly from underneath them instead of with momentum from in front of them. You know, you can't get possession, you can't get the right position on the rotate because you're looking for boost while you're doing it. That would have been an own goal. And so it is down to Northwood. Oh my goodness. What is with the 2 rocket redirects at both ends of the pitch from Columbia on both separate occasions?
Just outrageously good goaltending there from Northwood Blue. Refusing to even concede here with 1:05 left on the clock. This is going to be the first Columbia Navy with the smallest shred of a glimmer of light at the end of this tunnel. Could it be done? Surely not.
Say it with me, Columbia fans. Winnable. Winnable.
We're going to hashtag I believe in the chat. Anyone putting a bet on Columbia Navy right now? Final minute. 3 goals required just to take it to an overtime. To put that in context, that's the amount of goals that they've scored in the first 3 games combined. And they need to score them. Championship point down. 4 goals to 1 down with 40 seconds left.
I've got time, and Cam had the ball. Cryptic looking for it. Gonna have to flip reset over the top of 1 and the booster follow, but gets underdunked. Can't get back to it. Cosmic Flippy with the flick towards the top corner. That had gone in. I'd had some hope, but that hope quickly diminishing. And yeah, this has been dominant from Northwood. My goodness.
Columbia College Navy won 22 series in a row in this season of NECC. 22 series in a row at the highest level of NECC. They did not drop for an academic year. They did not drop a series. And they got clean swept in the grand finals. That is how good a performance we have just seen out of Northwood Uni. Unbelievable.
What I love as well is we didn't see, like, these are names that we know for Northwood, right? They're known names, history names. And what I love is that we didn't see just pure individuality, right? We didn't just see one team just out mechanicking. This was a team performance. We did see good Rocket League, and that ultimately is what allows them to pop off individually. And even though we didn't see any like huge, amazing single person plays, this is the platform for it, right? Really good Rocket League. And then in the end, they didn't need those massive plays to get the separation and win the series. In the end, it was just their incredibly solid Rocket League. Don't get me wrong, that incredibly solid Rocket League is absolutely augmented by, just accentuated by their mechanics and their individual brilliance. But at the end of the day, I mean, you couldn't break it down. And they were breaking down everything thrown at them. Unreal performance from them individually, as a team, as a whole. Huge congratulations.
Outstanding performance there from Northwood Uni. And look, don't go anywhere, because right after this short break, we're going to be talking to Hockey, one of the winners from the NECC National Grand Finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For the final time this evening, we are joined by none other than NECC National Champion Hockey. Congratulations. Thanks for coming to speak to us. Look, I have to ask, just straight off the bat, a 4-0 clean sweep in the national finals. Was that as easy as you made it look?
Yes, it was. Yesterday after we beat West Virginia, I said we were going to sweep this team, and we came out tonight and did it.
I mean, look, it kind of looked easy, and I gotta note, when you're dominating competitions like this, when you are farming teams that have in turn been just farming teams, like, are you scrimming in your downtime, or are you literally just jumping in lobby? Because honestly, individually you're all fantastic, but as a team you look incredibly solid as well, right? It seems like the communication's on point, the understanding's on point. Is that just from playing so many competitive games together, or are you practicing in the downtime?
We haven't actually scrimmed once this whole year. We just played our matches, and I mean, we warmed up for some series, but we haven't actually scrimmed like outside of like before a match, basically.
That's absolutely unbelievable. And
I'm
have I got this right, that you are also off to another Rocket League Grand Final in just like 4 minutes time?
Yeah, we have the UGC finals.
See, you needed to sweep this to get to those in time.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, I guess. Look, we should let you get going. So quick, do you have any last shout outs that you want to shout out to before we do let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates, my manager, my esports director, and my family.
All right, well, Hockey, look, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations, and look, good luck in your next Grand Final matchup.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Hockey from Northwood Uni Blue, our NECC National Grand Champions. What an end to the night. I just can't believe that a series we anticipated being so close was the least close series of the night.
I do want to... I'm not going to name and shame who it was in the green room, but someone in the green room said, can you believe that the last series is going to be the closest? And I think that cursed it. Had nothing to do with Northwood being amazing, absolutely outstanding, and utterly dominant in the matchup. No. It was down to that person in the green room. You know who you are. But look, it was a fun time regardless. It was honestly an honor to be here and witness this kind of Rocket League. 4 grand finals in a single day. 4 absolute bangers in a couple different ways. But, I mean, in the end, I don't feel any less satisfied for seeing a sweep rather than a Game 7, because that was a show in itself. I said at the beginning, I think it was after the first grand final that we casted, I hadn't seen quite as one-sided grand final. This one was now. This was the new one-sided grand final that I've most seen. That didn't make sense. You get what I'm trying to say. Back to you, Elliot.
We all understand what you're trying to say because we all watched it, and I think we're all thinking the same thing. Our minds are all dissolving inside our skulls right now after watching. It was like that Indiana Jones scene where they open the chest and everyone's eyes just melt out of their skulls. That's what we just saw right now from Northwood. And look, ladies and gents, 4 grand finals in an evening. We've been absolutely spoiled, and let me just refresh your minds as to how they played out. 4 hours ago, we kicked off the evening. 4 whole hours ago now, months. My goodness, time flies. We had New England College take a 4-0 clean sweep over Southwestern Michigan College Roadrunners. A series that felt a lot closer than it was. Ended up going to New England. We had Dalhousie Black come back from behind. They were 2 games down in their matchup against Lincoln Land Community College Loggers. They came back and they made it 4-2 and took the Emergent Division champion title for themselves. After that, we moved on to Challenger Division, where we saw East Carolina University Gold, my apologies, lose by 4-1 against University of Alabama. And then finally, the NECC National Championship Final for a $3,750 prize pool. Northwood Blue. I mean, it was like Columbia weren't even there. Columbia, 22 series in a row this season they won. Couldn't even touch Northwood Blue in the grand finals. What a finish.
An insane finish in its own way, like I said, to a fantastic day. And look, I don't really have much more to say because this team was just so utterly impressive. I'd love to talk about battles and resurgences and comebacks fended off, but there was no inkling of that. Northwood just went ahead and they just won. This is what I'm thinking. Whenever I say just win, lol, to a team, this is what, just do that. Just do what Northwood did. That's how you win.
Just be Northwood. Could you just do a Northwood. All right, just do that. And do win. Look, ladies and gents, it's 2 a.m. here. It's 3 a.m. for months. We've been up all night with this, and I hope that you have had as much fun as we have. But that's it. That's all the grand finals we have for you. That's it. We're done. We're finished. And I think that's it for the season. So you're going to have to catch us here whenever we are back for more NECC action. But until then, I've been Sophie Elliott.
And I've been Months.
Thank you so much for joining us. Have an incredible evening.